View Nigerian company. We are into interior design. We do painting work, anything that has to do with painting, both foreign and local painting. Aside of that, we manufacture paint. We manufacture satin paint, emulsion, test coat, gloss, and the light, even marine paint, all those road marking and epoxy. So that's what we manufacture. We've been into this business for more than 2 decades. I can remember that the first contract that was awarded to me is sometimes 1996. Actually, we started with painting only around 1996. So after that, we now moved to tiling work. So we merged the painting to tiling. After that, we moved to POP work. After that, we now moved to screening and the light, wallpaper, and so on and so forth. The essence of merging those businesses together is that most of the time when we get to site, we do have issues with our clients. They will be complaining. They will be stressed up with the attitude of we artisans. They will be complaining, oh, look at this plumber. He has done this to me. He didn't come to site. He have collected money for the business and we didn't see him. Look at the electrician. Look at the furniture man. Look at the tiling man. Okay, we now come up with, okay, what do we do to rescue the community, to rescue the society? Okay, let's come up with the group of artisans. That's what makes us to come up with group view, group of artisans. The essence of G-View is to lift the stress on them, because at times, building work, you want to deal with various artisans. So, and there are some issues, like now you want to build a 5-bedroom duplex. If you did not take care, you did not see the right person to handle the project for you, you may be building the house and you will be stressed up by having issues, serious issues, disappointment, exploitation from the artisans. But by the time you come to G-View, all those will be taken care of. We manufacture paint. So that paint is a very big industry on its own. Like now, I said we manufacture emulsion paint. We manufacture test coat paint. We manufacture satin paint. We manufacture marble paint. We manufacture road marking. We manufacture epoxy paint. We manufacture marine paint and the lights. All this paint, we use it for house construction. We want G-View to be foremost organization that will cater for the problem of the building industry, of the interior industry in the society. In G-View, we invite some experts for assistance. Like, we have some architects that work with us. We have some structural engineers that work with us. So those people do guide us. Okay, the reason you have to patronize G-View Nigerian company is that point. We are dedicated. Our staff are dedicated. They were trained. And we don't cheat. Though you will pay, but you will see value for your money. G-View corporate office is at 15 Irewole Avenue, Okpebi, Ikeja, Lagos. Our website is www.gviewng.com. You can reach us on 080-2853-4856. You can reach us on 080-2311-4067.
تبصرة عن كل ضلال. أعددنا بضع رسالات تحمل نورا للأجيال. معنا نهج حياة.
Alright, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you again this morning. Remember, it's still the ongoing 28th National Islamic Training Program, the second virtual edition that we are holding. And as I said, it's an absolute pleasure to have you join us again this morning. This is the third day since we started 2 days back, and what a journey has been for all of us. We have been treated to a series of very, very captivating lectures and submissions by very eminent scholars and, of course, intellectuals over the course of the last 2 days. So we are going to be taking it from where we left off yesterday. You recall that we started by looking extensively at the central theme, which is restoration of national values, our collective responsibility. We have also looked at quite a number of other topics of this central theme, from the Medina model as a yardstick for national rebirth. We have also treated tribalism and ethnicity, threat to peaceful coexistence. And then, of course, we have also delved into the economic empowerment segment of this year's NITP, where we looked at all that we need to know about the CBN's non-interest loan window and all of that. All of that went down yesterday. We also looked at fostering unity and cooperation among religious and cultural groupings in Nigeria, and so on and so forth. So these are some of those very, very germane and very, very important topics that we have been treated to since we started this journey, the 28th National Islamic Training Program, and it promises to be yet another very, very interesting time out this morning again. My name is Komoruddin Oladunjoye, and I'm welcoming you from around the world where you may be watching us from this morning, and I say to all of you, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, like I said, so we are taking it from where we left off yesterday, and we have another very eminent and a very popular speaker who is going to be joining us this morning. We're actually going to be linking up with him this morning. I'm going to get to unveil him in just about a moment. We're going to be looking at yet another very, very interesting, very, very pertinent topic, again, of the central team. We're going to be looking at the topic, unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development. Unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development. That's what we're going to be looking at this morning. So if you are here and some of your folks are not here yet, you can actually take this time out to reach out to them because they stand a whole lot to take away from the topic that's about to be treated this morning. So thank you very much again, all of our viewers from around the world, from here in Lagos, all the different viewing centers that we have spread across the length and breadth of Lagos to other parts of the country as well, including some of our viewers on the continent and even all around the world. We appreciate all of you, and we would like you to keep your contribution coming. We appreciate all of them, and some of the observations that you have made, we are taking it to our hearts, and of course make a very good effect of all of them. So thank you very much. Again, the topic that we're going to be treating this morning, the very first session for this morning, is unity as a bedrock to sustainable development. And the one whom we have on this topic, like I said, is a very, very eminent personality. I'm talking about no other but the one who is the executive chairman of MPAC. MPAC is Muslim Public Affairs Center, a leading Muslim advocacy and empowerment organization here in Nigeria. So join me as I make welcome Alhaj Dr. Disu Kamal. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you, and we'll be coming back to you in just about a moment. So there you have heard the Taslim from Alhaj Disu Kamal, who is going to be facilitating this session. Just to let you know a bit about who Alaji Disu Kamaru is. I know a very good number of us, of course, know so much about him. But for the sake of those who are meeting him, maybe for the first time, Mr. Disu Kamaru is a dynamic professional engineer and manager with vast cognitive experience spanning over 25 years in construction, publishing, oil and gas industry, and so on and so forth. He had worked with Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Limited, and he has also had brief stints with shell exploration and production in Ireland, United Kingdom. He's also worked with Elcam Publishing Limited, and he is also presently the MD of Mark 1 Technical Services Limited. Mr. Disu is a professional member of the Irish Society of Petroleum Engineers with executive roles in a number of charity and humanitarian organizations. I said this earlier on, that he is the current executive chairman of Muslim Public Affairs Center, popularly known as MPAC. So it's a pleasure to have Alhaj Disu Kamaru with us. Like I said, he's going to be treating the topic unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development. This is coming off our central theme, which is restoration of national values, our collective responsibility. So I'm going to hand you over to Alhaji Disu Kamaru now as he takes it from here. So please, we'll urge all of our viewers to, give him our listening here. So it's going to be over to you, Alhaji Disu Kamaru. We pray Allah make it easy for you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
It's a great pleasure and honor for me to join this wonderful gathering today, and it's also a special honor for me to be at the podium virtually at the podium with other great speakers that have spoken before me in the last couple of days, and and the others that will be speaking after my own session. Alhamdulillah, that Allah has granted us the blessings and the opportunity to have this intention, this year, to be here today, and Allah has facilitated it. My talk today is going to be focused, as the anchor person said, is be focused on the topic as bedrock to sustainable national development. And I hope the presentation can be shared for people to see, so we can view it together as I make the presentation. The first thing I would like to do is to explain the terms, or to basically have to share the conceptualization of the terms, embedded in the title itself. The concept of unity, what does it mean? The concept of national development, when we say bedrock, what do we mean by bedrock? First and foremost, unity basically is the state of togetherness, of oneness. It is also defined as the opposite of division, or the absence of diversity. In our context, we are going to we should understand unity as harmonious togetherness. The intention is not to create uniformity or oneness per se, but to have harmonious togetherness. And bedrock, when we say unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development, basically what bedrock means is simply the basis of a thing, the core principles or the core ideas, or the facts on which that is based. So when we say unity as a bedrock, basically we are saying that our harmonious togetherness, what ideas, what facts, what core principles is it based on? So I'm going to touch on this as well. Then we are talking about sustainable national development. Well, the process of improving the range, the sustainable national development basically means the process of improving the range of opportunities that enables individuals or communities to achieve their aspirations and optimize their potentials over a sustainable period of time while maintaining the resilience of economic, social, and environmental systems. Well, in simple terms, what this means is that nobody is left behind. So we're looking at our country, for instance, or let's say the Ummah in Nigeria, the Muslim community in Nigeria. When we are discussing our affairs in terms of the Ummic, sustainable Ummic development, we are saying that nobody is going to be left behind. Each organization, each constituent unit, each individual, that make up the Ummah, in the case of the Muslim Ummah or the nation as a country, we have our individual aspiration. We have our individual targets and goals, but we should be bonded together by a common objective of making sure that nobody is left behind, because we don't want to see a crack and people falling through that crack without providing for them a safety net on which they fall on. So the concept of sustainable development inclusively entails a person's current circumstances. We have to capture that. We have to understand what their current circumstances are, the social economic security of the future generation as well. We have to be people that we plan, articulate a plan, a winning plan for the generation that is coming ahead of us. Now, this idea of sustainable national development is not a novel idea. We are all quite aware of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which superseded the Millennium Goal. We remember around 2001 when the world government came together and decided to formulate a common agenda of making sure that the entire world is not left behind in the progress of the human race, and that was coded in the goals of the Millennium Development Goal. It was coded in that. Subsequently, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which has about 17 goals, 17 target areas. So basically, as a country, we have a sustainable national development. We want to grow as a nation, and we want to go at par with the aspiration of the global community. We don't want to be left behind as a country. And as Muslims, we have a tangible contribution to make, not only because we make a majority constituent part of the national body, but also because as Muslims, we are charged to be at the forefront of moving the cause of humanity, to advance the cause of humanity and initiate as well as progress the cause of human development. So we should see ourselves as forerunners and as frontline workers in these important areas of human development. Why is unity essential? Why is unity an invaluable requirement for sustainable national development? The value of unity is best appreciated by the implications of its absence. Somebody rightly said that you really cannot appreciate the value of light until you have experienced the despair of living in darkness. So you really cannot understand, I think it was Imam Shafi, Rahimullah, that said that good health is like a crown worn by the healthy that only the sick can see. That is actually a profound statement if you look at it. A lot of us are able to get out of bed this morning. Unfortunately, a amount of, not just Muslims, large amount of humanity generally take that for granted. There are actually a number of people in the world that, could not get out of bed this morning. So the value of good health is lost in our day-to-day hustling, as they say, and we tend to forget it is actually a rahama from God to be able to have the strength to do basic human activities that we carry out every single day. So the value of unity is best appreciated by its absence. And unfortunately, in this country, I think we're all witnesses. Every one of us in our adult years, or even people that have advanced beyond the age of responsibility, the age of discrimination, will really understand some of the challenges that we face in this country, in the few couple of decades. It has actually intensified maybe in the last 10, 15 years. That, you know, if we dig deep, the root cause of some of the problems may actually be our complete uh, our rejection of the needs of living in peace and living in unity amongst ourselves as people of different cultures, people of different ethnicity, people of different religions. So wherever unity is absent, there will be destructive chaos in the forms of endless intestine conflicts, tribal feuds, civil or political unrest, uh, bloody coups, religious riots, caustic violence, sometimes culminating in a civil war. Unfortunately, Nigeria uh, experienced a very terrible period in our national history where brothers took arms against brothers. And at the end of the day, we had to get back to around the table and declare that there was no victor and there was no vanquished. I think it was one of the American founding fathers that actually said that there's no war and there's no bad peace. So it took us a number of years of violent strife against each other and the loss of lives of more than 1 million people in this country to come to our senses and understand that there's no good war and there's no bad peace. So unfortunately, a lot of people that are around today, that are very young today, maybe they have lost touch with that aspect of our history. Because of that, they find it very attractive to call to a new round of unrest as well as conflict. So we have a responsibility as people of reflection, deep reflection, to call people away from peace and to prevent it as much as possible. None of what lack of peace, none of what they bring about can accommodate growth and development. We have to understand that there's no way you can have sustainable national growth or development amidst, in a climate of unrest, feud, chaos, religious uh, religious strife, violence. There's no way you can articulate or even implement a serious developmental agenda in that kind of a climate. So it's to have it, irrespective of what we believe or disbelieve in, to actually commit to the basic principles of living in peace and define our purpose. Since independence, for instance, the nation has experienced all the symptoms of disunity. And in recent times, there have been spate or a wave of terrorist attacks and violent crimes committed by individuals, non-state actors against ordinary citizens. And we are actually seeing the manifestation of the effect of this on our person and on our psyche. So it is actually have deep understanding of this, and people like that are reward the organizers and the organization actually thought of putting together a piece at a time that we are living in to basically serve as a wake-up call to every one of us, because we have a role to play. We are all stakeholders, and if we don't win together, we lose together. Now, history has not been, as I stated earlier, if you look at our history, our history has not been friendly. History has not been friendly with the Nigerian brand of togetherness. I mean, our political leaders, our religious leaders at different times, more or less have paid lip service to the idea of living in peace, living in peaceful coexistence. But history, if you look at practical examples from our history, it has not been friendly to our own brand or understanding of what these concepts actually mean. You agree with me without any doubt that had there been harmonious togetherness in our country, we would have shed the tag of an underdeveloped nation long ago. And Nigeria, with our great potentials, with the resources that Almighty God has blessed us with, we are still grappling with all the deficiencies, the defects of a broken, underdeveloped nation. The devil of corruption, if you look at the issue of corruption, what it has done actually to our nation and as our people, you actually understand very deeply that it is partly because those people that have had the opportunity to move the country forward and are in position of influence or authority to cause these the start of serious development at different times in our history. If you actually think deeply about it, it's simply because they lack the love of people in their heart. And it is simply because they are completely removed from the notion, the idea that we are a unified people with a common destiny. If they have this deep understanding that our destiny is interlinked, God has put us together as a people of common faith in this country. And the prosperity of the nation is basically going to reflect on us as communities and as individuals. Then I think unless maybe there are people that are suffering from some type of mental disability, or maybe they are possessed by devil, then they would be able to reflect deeply and shun practices or thoughts or actions that has have come together to cripple this nation and put us in the class of that, the rest of the world unfortunately become the laughing stock of the world. We are not respected anywhere you go around the world. And these individuals that have amassed a large amount of wealth personally have suffered the same kind of rejection and scorn, and become the laughing stock as well individually when they step out of the borders of this nation. They are not safe from the type of treatment that ordinary other Nigerians actually receive outside of the shores of this country. So we have to understand something. We have to understand that even the weak becomes strong when they are united. So when we are united in our purpose, in our agenda, in our aspiration, we want to take this country from where we are today. And like I said, the United Nations Sustainable of a number of years from 2015 to 2030. We want to achieve this, and they did it. There may be a lot of skeptics around the world that don't actually recognize the effort as well as the achievement of this global agenda, but they're actually making important achievements. If you look at the Millennium Goal, they basically said we wanted to halve the number of poor people in the world. The poverty rate in the world was too high, 36% around 2009, and they said we wanted to basically have it. That was a purpose. And they achieved it simply by enabling China and India to halve the poverty rate in those two countries. Then they actually beat their target. So that is what all we have to do. As a people, we have to understand this, deeply. We are not saying that as a nation, as Nigerians, we have to be the same. We have to eat the same food. We have to speak the same language. We have to dress the same way, or we have to worship the same way. We are not saying that is the essence of unity. And that is why I took my time at the beginning to actually explain the concept. We will not be confused about it. There's no way that we can have an homogeneous society where everything will be the same. As a matter of fact, the sameness is not human, if you think about it. God in the Quran says that he has created us in races, in tribes, so that we can know one another. We can appreciate the work of God in those variations and diversity that we have. But we can have the same purpose. So at the UMIC level, there's TMC. They're doing great and fantastic work in Nigeria. There's Impact. We are doing works in other areas. There is Ansarudin. There is MSS. So we can be specialists in different areas, but we can all have common agenda. We want to advance the cause of our Ummah. That can be the definition of the purpose, or any other definition that we come around to discuss and agree on. Now we can disperse and go about using our unique assets, our individual resources as organizations of different structures, different philosophies, different ideas to work towards that common objective. So at the national level, we have what we call national development goals. We have aspiration as a nation. We want our president, our national delegate and representative to be at the UN and be able to raise their head up, with pride, not in arrogance, but with pride. We want to be recognized as a very strong nation in the community of nations around the world. And we can make contributions towards this. As Muslims, we are actually obligated to do this. I'm pretty sure the scholars that have spoken before me would have explained the theology behind this duty to every one of us in a way that we all understand. In 2004, in 2004, the National Economic defined for us what our values are as Nigerians. I don't know if when I was in secondary school, I didn't do civic education, you know, the way it is taught now. But how many Nigerians do you actually think are aware of our national values? I mean, national values as in what we believe in. When you go anywhere within Nigeria, outside Nigeria, and you say, this is, as a Nigerian, this is what I believe in. I know we have articles of faith in Islam. Every Muslim is supposed to understand this is articles of faith, to internalize it, and to be able to exemplify those, you know, internal beliefs. It's the same with our national values. The needs actually define our national core national values as respect for elders. Now, people may trivialize this. They may not really connect with it. And especially at the time that now we have lost touch with those type of important values as respect for elders, respect for others, whether they are, you know, other human beings, to show respect and love for other human beings as creations of God. That to understand that human life is sacrosanct. And I've said this before at some other fora. As a Muslim and as a Nigerian, I actually don't believe, and I'm proud to say this before, you know, on a national program like this. I actually believe that every Nigerian, irrespective of whether they believe in God or they don't believe in God, I actually genuinely believe that they have equal legal rights that I have as a Nigerian. It is in the Constitution. It's as simple as that. If everybody actually have that understanding and connect with that, I think we will be able to respect each other's rights as Nigerians. Now, as a Muslim, somebody who is a Muslim has other rights to me than somebody who's not, obviously, because, you know, we are brothers not only in humanity, but we are also brothers in faith. But if my neighbor who is not a Muslim and who has not demonstrated any type of animosity against me as a human being or against me as a Muslim, is entitled to share in peaceful coexistence with me and to have his rights or our rights as enshrined in the Constitution, you know, assigned to him or her. It is as simple as that. So respect for elders is one of our core values. And honesty is another one. Accountability, cooperation. And that is why I said at the start that I'm actually quite happy for the topic that was assigned to me, because it falls right inside one of the core values that we share as a people in this country. So if we can connect with all these ideas, industry, we have to be industrious people. We have to be disciplined. We are self-confident, and we have the moral courage. Now, every single value that I've mentioned that are enshrined in the document provided by NIPS. As a Muslim, I will not struggle. As a matter of fact, when I look at that document, it's as if they have actually taken different portions of the Quran, of the Quranic value and put them down. So it's quite easy for me as a Muslim to identify with these values, to promote them, to be a model for those values. And that is what we must be in our different organizations. We must have core values that will enshrine all these values so that we can make our contributions. Clearly, as Muslims, we have to put that ahead of other, identities that we have. Clearly, as Muslims, we want to be champions that will advance all those national values so that we can be promoters, advocates of that unified purpose of sustaining our national growth, sustaining the national development, the national growth for our own sake, for the benefit of Nigerians that are alive today, as well as for the coming generations. I mean, look at it, like I said at the start of my lecture, you really can understand the true meaning of unity when you are living in an environment that is devoid of unity. There are a lot of Nigerians today, my brothers listening to me, there are a lot of Nigerians alive today in Nigeria today that are suffering from that are suffering the ailments, the dysfunction of unified society that we are sustaining, the chaotic environment that we have built. They are suffering those ailments as Nigerians, but they are not even old enough to know that they are Nigerians. We have children that are under 5, that are under 3, that are just newly born. They are Nigerians by virtue of their birth and parentage. They are Nigerians, but they are not even old enough to know that they are Nigerians. Yet, they are suffering as a result of what our hands have put together in the last few decades. So I think we need to reflect, and all of us, we have to know, we have to understand that we'll be held accountable for how we manage our own affair individually and collectively. Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, in one of the wonderful hadith, he said, this affair, this religion, people will be questioned, in 2 ways regarding this affair, regarding the religion, how you met it and how you live it. When I discuss with my friends and colleagues, I jokingly, I say to them, regarding the first question, I'm not too bothered about it, how I met Islam. The generations before me, they are going to be held accountable for the way I met Islam, because this is what they give to us. But I'm really bothered and scared about the second aspect. Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he did not just say people are going to be questioned regarding the affair of this religion in terms of they met it. It was deep enough, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, to say that we are all to be questioned about how we live it. So it's the same way. I'm going to borrow from this noble speech, of the Prophet ﷺ, to enjoin every one of us to look at our situation in this country and contemplate on the situation we have at hand right now, in 2001, that's right, 2021. Reflect deeply over it and say, are we quite happy with the way the situation is? And what important contribution can we as an organization, can we as a group of individuals, can I as an individual, each one of us has been enabled in different ways. Every individual that God has created has been empowered in different ways. We all have our circle of influence. TMC today has given me the platform, the opportunity to stand before a large audience, to be able to say all these things. This is a huge influence. And I'm going to be held accountable, for that. Each one of us that hears it, the best part of what you are to, it may be a responsibility, a duty that you'll be held accountable for if you receive it and you just leave it at that. Because God has not put anybody in this world without giving them the ability to do certain things, even if it is to the extent of just repeating the words to other people. That may be the extent of your own circle of influence. For other people, it may be much bigger than that. So we have to understand that. We have to understand that, and we have to act on it. So my brothers and sisters, we have to achieve, to work together to achieve a common purpose. The idea of unity is not to become one, is not to become the same, but to have a common vision, to have a common agenda. And the responsibility of the leaders is to be able to mobilize, as many as possible towards achieving those. These things that we have been talking about, they are, like I said, regarding the values, the national values as described by needs, they are not aliens to the scriptures, to either the Quran or to the Hadith. In Al-Bukhari, for instance, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was reported to have said, "None of you will have faith, one of you will believe until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself." Now, specifically, the people that have interpreted the Hadith, interpreted it, one of the ishara, one of the meanings you can actually take from that is this deen, Islam, that you have, you cannot claim to love other people. Since you have tasted the sweetness of faith, then it is your responsibility to share the good news, the good message, and the sweetness of that message with other human beings. That is the major meaning of that. But if you extend the meaning of that particular hadith, whatever you love for yourself, you have to love for other people. You have to love for other people. Like I said earlier, you have your brothers in humanity and you have your brothers in faith. Whichever way you look at it, they're all your brothers. So whatever you love for yourself, you have to love for them. In this country, God has put different types of people together, people of different faiths, people of different beliefs, people of different ethnicity, of different tribes. We have to develop a common sense to be able to create an harmonious relationship, a peaceful relationship, so that it can facilitate, and then we need leaders that will create a vision that all of us together will feel included in that vision. And we have to march together to be on the march. And as Muslims, I actually believe that we should champion this type of efforts, this type of affair. We should be at the forefront, of our national development. If you look at Surah Al-Imran, chapter 100, chapter 3, verse 103, part of it, God calls us to hold firmly to the rope of Allah. Together, not just hold to the rope, not just hold firmly to the rope of Allah, but it calls us to hold firmly to that rope, which is the Quran, to hold firmly to it together, and be not divided. So you can see the repetition and the emphasis on being together. So it is most important that we start to work with the philosophy of inclusiveness. I'll give you an example of a story I heard. I don't know if this is a true story, but I think it is quite relevant to the discourse. An imam actually mentioned the story of a brother. It happened in North America. Somebody who just referred to Islam, and everybody was coming out to hug, to congratulate him. Mabruk, you are welcome. You are now our brother, and all that. And this particular person, he just like walked through the crowd and he went to this new white Caucasian Muslim, new Rifat. He just went to him and he shook his hand and he said to him, "Welcome to Islam. But I have something to say to you, something important. I didn't see that this din is sincere advice. So this is my advice to you. You see, all Muslims in the world are bad Muslims. They are bad Muslims, except the Muslims from Pakistan, where I come from." And everybody was actually amazed, was shocked by this open declaration. And he said, well, even in Pakistan, all the Muslims in Pakistan are actually bad, except those from the northern part of Pakistan. And even in the northern part of Pakistan, all the Muslims are bad, except the Muslim from my village, where I come from. And he gave the name of the village. And he said, you see, even in that village, the Muslims are getting so bad now that I'm scared. And it's only the masjid where I worship in the village that is protected from the facade, of the in the society, in the village there. So it's only that mosque that is protected. And he said, even in the mosque, the entire congregation in the mosque now is getting spoiled, is getting bad, except myself and the imam. And in the last few days, I'm starting to suspect even the imam. Now, this may be a funny story, but you can see the mentality of some people, how exclusivist they are in their outlook of the world. And we have to be aware of that disease of exclusivism. This idea that I can only be right, you can only be wrong, has caused us so much damage. I'm talking particularly about the Muslim community, globally and even in Nigeria. the sectarian bickering has reached an epidemic level globally. And it calls for genuine concern from everybody who believes, in the affair of this religion and of the Muslims. I was invited by a group, a Dawa group, to deliver a lecture at their national convention about 7 years ago. During my research for that particular, it is a national Dawa group. The topic of that had to do with the Muslim affairs as well as Dawa, calling people to Islam. And during my research for that particular program, I came across 3 outstanding research documents. One was done by Pew Research Center in America. The other one was done by the CIA, and the third one was done by BBC. They were all independent of each other, done at different times in different places and by different people. Now, I don't know. I can only speak to what, is evident from the research, but I don't think they collaborated behind the curtain, behind the scene. I don't think so, because they openly declared their independence in their methodology as well as work. But the 3 researches actually centered on the population projection of Muslims in Nigeria. And all of us here, we can go online and we can check, for that. They actually found out that between 1989 and 1990, the population of Muslims in Nigeria dropped by about 1 million. Between just 1 year, 1 year, the population of Muslims in Nigeria dropped by 1 million. And this was in spite of the fact that the population, the overall population of Nigeria grew during that period. And all the factors of population growth were in the favor of the Muslims. The Muslims nationally married more wives than their counterparts, had more children than their counterparts, married earlier than their counterparts. Or, if you look at all the indices, they were all in our favor, yet our population reduced by 1 million. I don't think there was a conspiracy to publish that type of results from these 3 different bodies, but that was the stark result of their researches. My brothers and sisters, if you want to look at your own personal situation and consider your own network, there's hardly any one of us in this room, in this gathering, that will be able to say that in his entire lifetime, he is not connected directly or indirectly connected with somebody who has left Islam in Nigeria, either a family member, a neighbor, a colleague, a friend, a schoolmate that was a Muslim, maybe in the past 10, 20 years, that is now not a Muslim, suffering from hemorrhage as a community. We are suffering from hemorrhage, and if you ask the doctors amongst us here, if anybody is suffering from hemorrhage, the first thing you want to do is to stop the bleed. If you don't stop the bleeding, the person dies. We are faced with an existential threat as a faith community in Nigeria. If you look at the trend around the world, Islam is reputed to be the fastest growing religion in the world today, except in Nigeria. So these are the important issues. These are issues that can unify us, irrespective of those differences that we may have in the color, of the clothes we wear, or in the type of speeches we make. If we look at the bigger picture, then all these petty differences, we can set them aside. Any rational person, any sensible person that is living in a house, if the roof of the house is on fire, I don't think it would be sensible for the people, the occupants of the house, to be arguing about what TV channel to watch at the time that the roof of the house is on fire. If you look at our condition in this country now, generally speaking, we are not respected as a community. We are despised. We are feared by our neighbors because a group amongst us for the last 10 years or more has been saying that, it's going to forcefully implement its Islamic agenda. We know this is not correct. No, that because I know for sure it is not right, because I am a Muslim, alhamdulillah, and I've never met a Muslim since the start of the Boko Haram, problem. I've never met a Muslim that aspires to live in their own Islamic state. I've never met any Muslim that says, I want to live under, Boko Haram. So we know these people they are more of an enemy to Islam and the Muslims than they pose to others. And, recently, MPAC actually engaged the UK Parliament. The UK Parliament, there's a group, all-party parliamentarian group on freedom of religion, which is a UK parliamentary group. They produced a report on Nigeria, freedom of religion in Nigeria, which indicted Islam as a religion and the Muslims in Nigeria to be limiting the freedom of non-Muslims, specifically the Christians, from practicing their religion in Nigeria. We responded to this. We engaged with the Prime Minister of the UK. We engaged with the Speaker of the UK Parliament and the head of the Commonwealth on this. And we challenged every point that was made in that report. And we made it very clear in our rejoinder to the report that the report of that of the study, so because it shouldn't be called a study per se, it was agenda driven and it was premeditated, and we demonstrated this clearly. We used their own documents to establish that. But my brothers and sisters, these are the issues that are going on around us. I don't know how many of us actually are aware. I'm not saying this to denigrate any other, because we all have our focus areas. MPAC chose that area. We are also not aware of other things that are going on. And that is why I said we have to come together and mobilize our unique assets. We have focus areas, but together we are stronger and better. So if we can define a common vision at the Ummah level, and we can work in our different capacities, inshallah, we will leave this arena where we are despised and hated, and because some of what is going on with us are self-inflicted. Some of them are generated by morbid hate against Islam and stuff like that. But we can deal with it. We have the intellectual power to deal with it. There are people that hate Islam or fear Islam because they don't know, and we have to reach out to those type of people and discuss with them and disarm them and, explain it and dismantle the fear and all that. There are people who hate Islam. They have this innate hatred for Islam, and they believe that, actually demonstrating hatred for Islam is a show of commitment to their own faith. There are ways and manners to deal with this type of people, but when we are not talking amongst ourselves, when we are not collaborating, when we don't share the same vision, how can we do that at the UNIC level? And like I said, the lack of unity can only be fully disarmed in an environment where this unity is systemic, so to speak. So this is at the UNIC level. It is the same at the national level. Look at our affairs in this country. Look at where we are today as a nation. You know, so like I said, this is not about secularism. It's not about the Constitution. It's right there in our religion. All the values that are listed, if you look at each one of them, respect for elders, honesty, hard work, to be industrial, you know, to be disciplined. All of them are from. I don't have to read Need's book. I only have to read the Quran and the Hadith. I don't only have to stick to what is in the Quran and what's in the Hadith to be a true Nigerian, to be at the forefront of our march toward greatness and development in this country. So I'm sorry I've possibly taken more time than is allotted to me. I apologize for this. This is a weighty affair. It is a major issue that should come into the circle of concern, to the sphere of concern of each and every one of us. So whatever I've said in this speech that is either deficient, that is a mistake, or that is erroneous, God Almighty forgive me and blot it out in your memory. Whatever I've said that is of benefit to us individually, to us as a member of this Ummah or as Nigerians, may Allah put barakah in it and make it manifest in our thoughts and in our actions. So أقول أستغفر الله لي ولكم سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون السلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you very much.
Jazakumullahu khairan jazilan. Thank you very much, Alhaj Disu Kamal, for that very, very thought-provoking submission. It has been an hour well spent with Alhaji Disu, who has been dissecting the topic unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development, and what are very, very intriguing revelations that are proved to be over the course of the last 1 hour that we have been with him. Thank you very much. There's some statement that you have actually put out there that I feel that should be words on the marble. You have said it that together we are better, we are greater, in unity than having it otherwise. You have also said that unity is better appreciated in the absence of unity itself. That's absolutely thought-provoking, and this actually spoke to the realities of the modern-day Nigeria, some of those issues that we are dealing with. We have found a way to create a toxic environment for ourselves that we are not brother's keeper, which should actually be the case. So this is what you have been speaking to as you are you are taking your time to highlight some of those ingredients, essential ingredients that we need to put together to ensure that we are united as a nation. Thank you very much. So much you have been able to put out there for our learnings, particularly as we actually intend upon taking this journey to making things right as a nation. And I wish that the government and their agencies have actually also listening right about now, because these are messages that should reverberate across not just our spheres of influence alone, but even in the corridors of power. And we all have to listen to this very, very, very intriguing message. Thank you once again, Dr. Disu Kamal, for that very, very important message there. So, and viewers, it has been the first session of this of the ongoing National Islamic Training Program. We have just listened to Dr. Kamal Disu spoke on that topic again: unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development. So we are going to we'll try and take some of the questions that we have right about now before we go on the break. So we'll look at that now. We'll take some of the questions that we have. I'm sure our speaker is still very much with us. I already have a questioner here. This person wants to know, he wants Alaji to tell the audience what your opinion on changing of Saudi Arabia policy, changing of Saudi. I'm trying to understand what the questioner is trying to put across here. But I will only advise that our questions should center on everything about our own country at this point in time. The changing policy in Saudi Arabia may be secondary to us, and it may not actually be within the priority that we have set for ourselves here. So that's what I'm going to say. This other question is, how best can we gear ourselves in the ambient of unity in Southwest? Okay, I'm trying to make sense of this question. The questioner is trying to say, what can we do, particularly in this Southwest of this country, to ensure that the unity of purpose and agenda starts with us from the Southwest, then before we now take it nationwide. So maybe we can take that first, then we'll come back to take some of the other questions. Alaji.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think what we have to do in the Southwest is the same thing that everybody in this country has to commit to. When I hope the questioner was asked the question in the light of the Southwest people as a constituent part of this country, not the Muslims in the Southwest.
Yeah, I want to believe that is the context, sir.
Okay, good. So, first and foremost, like I said, we have to understand that unity in everything that we do, we say, and we think. We have to know that unity is not an alternative. It has to become our mantra that unity is indispensable. But like I said earlier, we have to understand the concept of unity that we don't. I'm not saying that in the Southwest. I'm from the southwestern part of Nigeria. I don't have to become an Ibadan man. I'm not from Ibadan. I don't have to become an Ibadan man because I want to unify with them. You understand? I can distinctly retain my own identity, but we have unified objective and vision for this southwestern part of Nigeria. So all Nigerians, the southwestern people included, must appreciate the inevitability of unity in our drive. We have the Constitution. There are guarantees in the Constitution. For instance, let me illustrate this. You know, in the southwestern part, in the last number of years, we have been grappling with the issue of hijab. You know, use in public schools. When I was in secondary school in Lagos State, I did my secondary school education in Lagos State. We dealt with different type of challenges as Muslims in public schools at that time. It's evolved into something else. I'm not just talking directly to the Muslims now. Hopefully, there are people in the audience who are not Muslims, and if they are not, maybe this is going to be released and broadcast so that others can listen later. This is an agenda for everybody. It is a formula for everybody. We have to see ourselves as Nigerians of equal legal rights. I think I said it in my speech earlier, and I have no problem dealing with that. I have no problem dealing with the fact that somebody who is also a Nigerian, from wherever you come, from whatever and whatever type of religion you practice, or even if you don't practice a religion, as far as your citizenship is concerned, you have equal legal rights as me in this country, as I do. It's as simple as that. So we must be people that would genuinely believe in this and secure it for ourselves and for other people. For instance, if we find that other people are being denied their right as bona fide citizens of this country, then we must be there to speak out against what we perceive or we see to be unjust. We must, it is a duty on us. In the southwestern part of Nigeria, there are major issues that we are contending with that may be peculiar to this region, that may be peculiar to the. Now, well, this may be a little bit, a kind of diversion, and I'll quickly wrap up now. Have you not wondered? Have you not wondered that look at our land in this part of the country, the arable land, the fertile land that we have in this part of the country that we are living in, that we are almost entirely dependent on agricultural and food supply from the northern part of Nigeria. Have you not wondered why that is so? This is a major issue for us, that we can come together as people of southwestern Nigeria and create a common vision and objective that maybe in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, we want to be food sufficient. And this will serve as no discrimination to people from other parts of the country. But we have to protect that. We have to, like they say, it is a national interest. So it is a sub-national interest. It is a regional interest that we create an agenda for food security in this part of the country. So unity here, my brothers, we are going to have to deliberate on it and create a vision that would capture and include certain common denominators. I'm a Muslim in the southern western part of Nigeria. I genuinely feel this is not a platform to ventilate that, but I genuinely feel that the Muslims in southern western part are heavily discriminated systemically and institutionally. I believe that, and we can go into that as a separate, subject in a different session. So, if you want unity, then you have to articulate a common agenda that will address this type of issues. And everybody, because in order to get everybody to come to the table, each different element and unit should feel a sense of belonging. That my interest is captured, it's represented at the table. If you are not at the table, you are on the menu. If you are not at the table, you are on the menu. So every one of us should feel that he is at the table. Otherwise, he will feel that he is on the menu. So that is what we have to do. And people that God has given that opportunity to do this, and we can initiate it. We should not undermine our potential to do this. Really? TMC can do it. TMC is actually starting the discussion, the conversation. We just have to create a respectful space, safe space to have difficult discussions. There are certain discussions that are difficult, but they can be conducted in an environment that has respect and safety in them. That is
all right. Thank you very much, Doctor, for that very explanatory response to the question. I think I have one or two questions here, even though our time is fast spent. First and foremost, people would like to know what Nigerians in the diaspora, what role do they have to play in all of this? Then I think along that line, people also want to know if there is a way that we can strategically achieve interfaith unity in the Nigeria of today. So we'd like you to respond to that, and we'll call it time here. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding the Nigerians in the diaspora, we have to be very careful. It's a double-edged sword. Yeah. I lived abroad. Personally, I lived abroad for more than 20 years. So I'm living in Nigeria now, so I can conveniently speak as a Nigerian that has dual exposure. You understand? We have to be very careful. I don't know if everybody on this platform understand Yoruba, but I will say
yes, a vast
Yoruba
majority of us speak Yoruba.
Okay, I will say this. I will say this in Yoruba, just because of the beauty of the language when it is expressed for what I'm going to say. And to you see, we have our national values. I mentioned some of them. Yeah? We have our culture. They have their values and culture there. They are not necessarily aligned. They have their national interest, they have their culture, they have a number of good things. When I went to school in Scotland, in the 90s, what I was freshly abroad at that time. One of our lecturers at the time, whenever we spoke in the class, we always say, back home, this is the way we do it. Back home, this is the way we do it. One day, he now told us, he said, why do you always say back home? I said, well, this is the way we do it back home. He said, okay, you have to abandon your back home mentality. You have to abandon, because it is not all rosy and good back home. That is why most people are here getting this education you are getting. Unfortunately, that was the hard fact. It hit us like a thunderbolt, but it was fact. Now, if you look at the a research report was recently published. I think it was released yesterday. The 10 best universities in the world. The 10 best universities in the world. 8 of them are in America. 2 of them are in the United Kingdom. There are a lot of benefits that we can gain from the people in Nigerian diaspora. It's as simple as that. But we also have to be very careful about the migration of ideas, thoughts, and practices that are alien to our cultural values, that are already creeping in. They are not just on their way. They are already taking roots, unfortunately. And I can see it because I lived in those communities, in those societies for so long, not just one country abroad. I lived in so many of them abroad. I saw with my eyes. It was a challenge to raise kids. In those times, I was raised in Nigeria, and I know what my parents went through to raise us in Nigeria. It is different to raise kids there. So we have to be sensible people. We have to create a balance between the evil that can come in on the trail of the good things that will come in. That is why I gave the example of the best schools in the world. They are in the West now, right now, as we speak. So these are good things. Their dedication to work, the culture in the workplace is fantastic. It's fantastic. We lack it in Nigeria in the civil service. I'm sorry to say this. I'm not down on our civil servants. A lot of them are making tangible contributions and important sacrifices, and I recognize this. But our work culture in Nigeria has to change if we want to match the standard, the global standard in the world today. And you can go to the multinational companies in Nigeria and compare the work culture there with other ones in Nigeria. So there are a lot of things that you can learn. If you, from their perspective, even from their perspective, look, my brother, if you're looking at a house, if you are looking at a house from the front view, and I am looking at the same house from the back view, we are looking at the same house, but we have different perspectives. So if we can make it work in such a way that we can combine all the good things, this is idealistic. I know that. I know it is idealistic, but if we can put through a giant sieve, John La, if you can put all those things abroad that they bring and sieve it, and only the good things will come through the sieve, and we can give them the bad ones back and take the good ones and combine with the good ones here. Wallahi, we will excel. So we should not take everything that is coming from overseas, hook, line, and sinker. We have to, and we are Muslims.
Yeah.
You understand? That is why in the surah that I quoted earlier, Surah Al-Imran, verse 103, God says we have to hold on firmly to the Quran. So we have that as the sieve. We have that, we Muslims, not Nigerians. We Muslims, we have that to help us to differentiate. Now, regarding interfaith.
Yes, sir.
Very quickly, I have to address that as well. Regarding interfaith, look, it is Impact as an organization, we have 3 core areas that we focus on. Interfaith is one of them. It was a deliberate choice by Impact to select that as one of our main focus areas. It is important to recognize that we are living in Nigeria now, and even globally. In Nigeria now, depending on what figure you want to take home as the official figure for our census, there's only a marginal difference between the population of Muslims in Nigeria and the population of Christians in Nigeria. But together, we both make up about more than 90% of the population of this country. Imagine if these 2 people that make up more than 90% of the total population can have a platform to sit down together, respecting each other, not becoming the same. There's no way. Look, the difference between Islam and Christianity came into existence about 2,000 years ago. And there's nothing we can do about those differences until the day of Qiyamah. There's nothing we can do about those differences. They are in the Quran. The differences on the side of the Christians also are in the Bible. So I cannot come here today as a reformist or as a new thinker and say, let's get rid of those problems. We are now the same. It's impossible. So interfaith is not about becoming the same. It is about emphasizing and promoting the common denominators. We believe in God. We take it for granted. Like I said this morning, when we woke up this morning and we were able to get out of bed, a lot of us, we took it for granted. We take it for granted that we actually believe in God. You need to live in societies where people don't believe in God to really know the value of what belief in God means in your life, the stability it gives you. I had a colleague when I was working, I was an atheist, and he said there's no God. I said, okay, it's fine. So you live in a godless world, but I live in a world where there is God. Imam Ali debated with the atheist. You know, after the rounds of debates, they went through all these arguments that we are familiar with now, the proof of existence, the proof of creation and all that. They went through all that. At the end of the day, you know what he said to them? He said, imagine, just assume that you are right and I'm wrong. What price am I going to pay for being wrong? There's no God. We die and we don't wake up there's no hereafter. There's no barzakh, there's no hereafter. What have I got to lose as a Muslim? Nothing. If you think about it rationally, there's nothing that I'm going to lose. Islam says don't drink, don't fornicate, don't do this. There are a lot of people who, even for on health basis, on medical basis, you are benefiting by not doing those things. Is that not correct? You are benefiting. So I have nothing to lose by not drinking. It's not just because Islam says it, even medically. So by believing in God, if I die and there is no barzakh, there is no hereafter, I have nothing to lose. Imam Ali now said to them, now turn it around. Imagine that when you die, you wake up on the other side, then you are in trouble. So we are people of faith. We believe that the Christians, that their doctrine is dysfunction. You know, they have corruption in it. We believe that. And that is why Muhammad said to us, this is the correct path. Yeah, but we have common areas that we agree on. So we can focus, we can use that to live peacefully together in this country. Because as I said before, we are living witnesses to the effect of living in a dysfunctional society where we have allowed chaos to become the order of the day. If we don't, we pay together, including, it won't discriminate between the Muslims and the Christians. The effect of the corruptions of the years gone by is not discriminating against Christians and Muslims in this country. We are all suffering from the lack of healthcare services, lack of infrastructure, we are all equally. So imagine if we collaborate as people who make up more than 90% of our population, and we say, you believe in your doctrine, we believe that we believe in God. And one of what we share as our common belief is love of God and love of humanity. If we love ourselves, let us do this for the sake of ourselves. Let us collaborate on goodness. I don't think Islamic religion prohibits us from collaborating on goodness. So this is why we have to do it. I'm sorry to take much.
No, it is absolutely right, sir. It's okay, sir. Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate you. It's been a very, very engaging time out with you, Alhaji Engineer Kamal Disu. Thank you very much for the very, very captivating experience that we have had with you this morning. So viewer, that is how it is going. It has been with Dr. Kamal Disu has been dissecting the topic, unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development. And I'm very sure that we have taken a serious learning from some of the messages out of his presentation this morning. So we thank you once again, Engineer Kamal Disu, for being part of our 2021 National Islamic Training Program. We really appreciate you. We cannot thank you enough. We pray Allah continue to increase in knowledge. Thank you very much. So moving on now, we're still very much here, and we're going to be continuing from where we are ending it now. Remember that the pandemic is still very much in the air, and we are now talking about a new variant of the deadly or the infamous coronavirus now, and we're expected to still be keeping safe in our respective spaces. So we are going to be shifting focus now and be talking a whole lot around the health situation in the country and around the world, particularly as it affects us here in Nigeria. And we have an eminent scholar of note who is already in the house with us. He's going to be joining us in just about a moment from now. So please don't you go nowhere. We're only going to go for this short breather. I'll be back in just a moment to take you from here. And we'll be talking health management this time around. So stay there. Don't you go nowhere. We'll be right back.
The Muslim Congress, TMC, is an Islamic organization with the vision of being on the forefront, sustaining the core values and culture of Islam through the implementation of the Quran and Sunnah. It is an organization established within and outside Nigeria. TMC is committed to the cause of Allah in all aspects and humanity. The organization has various organs, including Zakat and Sadaqat Foundation, Human Concern Foundation International, Center for Global Peace Initiative, and many more. Part of TMC's annual programs is the Islamic Training Program, ITP. This time, various spiritually lifting Islamic programs and lectures are designed under the banner of Quran and Sunnah at national, state, and local governments, respectively. However, this year's annual gathering will be online, the second of its type since 2020.
I want to commend the organizers of this program. It's been wonderful. They have deployed technology to a new level and we are very happy about this. In fact, it is the way to continue so that in future, even when we are having the physical camp, the virtual
معنا نهج حياة جئنا تبصرة عن كل ضلال أعددنا بضع رسالات تحمل نورا للأجيال معنا نهج حياة جئنا.
You are welcome back. It's still very much the 28th National Islamic Training Program going on right now, and we are reaching you right from our Lagos studio here in Ogba Ikeja. And it's been a pleasure having you join us from around the world, here in Nigeria, on the continent, in Europe and across the world. We thank you very much, particularly to all of our audience in various viewing centers spread across the states and across the Federation. We appreciate you, and keep your contribution coming, your comment are well appreciated. We thank you very much. And just about a moment ago, we ended a session with engineer Kamal Disu, where he left a moment ago dissecting the topic unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development. And I did say at the end of that particular session with Dr. Disu that we are now going to be talking about healthy living, particularly given the unusual circumstance in which we find ourselves since the outbreak of pandemic last year, 2020. And without doubt, we are all very clear about the fact that the pandemic is still very much with us. It's still very much in the air, and we're now dealing with another variant now called Omicron. So it is very much in the air. We're expected to still be keeping safe as much as we can in our respective spaces. So right about now, we are shifting gear. Of course, everything still coming off our central theme, which is restoration of national value, collective responsibility. But this time around, we're talking about how we can collectively be responsible when we are talking about health management. That is why we are going to be looking at this very, very important topic this time around: hygienic living post-COVID-19, the Islamic nexus. Hygienic living post-COVID-19, the Islamic nexus. And of course, we have an expert already in the studio with me. You'll be getting to meet with him in just a moment. And going by the very, very eminent personality of his, you will agree with me by the time you get to know him, that is more than qualified to take on this very, very important topic that we have right here. I'm talking about no other than Dr. Ismail Abdul Salam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
It's a pleasure to have you, sir. We really, really appreciate you finding time out of your very busy schedule to be here. We cannot appreciate you enough. And viewers, Dr. Ismail Abdul Salam for you there again. Dr. Abdul Salam is a consultant, public health physician. He's director, epidemiology, biosecurity and global health. So I'll take that again. He's a consultant, public health physician, director, epidemiology, biosecurity and global health of Lagos State Ministry of Health, and he's also an incident manager of
the incident manager.
Okay, the incident manager. Okay, he's the incident manager of the Emergency Operations Center COVID-19 response of Lagos State. So there you have Dr. Abdul Salam. You can now understand how much of an expert we have on our hands. So he's going to be taking the topic yet again: hygienic living post-COVID-19, the Islamic nexus. So I'm going to hand you over to him. We have the next 50 minutes or thereabout to spend with him, and I pray Allah make it easy for him.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أيها الإخوة السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Thank you for inviting me, giving me the privilege and the opportunity to speak on this very important topic. The topic reads hygienic living post-COVID-19, but I've changed it to living in a COVID-19 era. We are not yet in post-COVID-19. COVID-19 is still very much around us. I know by the time this topic was conceived, we are almost going out of the third wave. But fortunately or unfortunately, we have another virus springing up and then increasing the number of positive cases and also increasing the number of turmoil all over the world. We have had different kind of protocol restrictions and banning of countries or flights and co. So it's still very much relevant for us to have discussion on it. Very much everyone is now an expert in COVID-19 in terms of management, in terms of prevention. But we'll quickly go through these highlights that we have here just to remind us of what COVID-19 is all about, what we are expected to do at this time, what Islam also, provisions that Islam also made for a period of pandemic. Introduction is very simple. By now we all know that COVID-19, coronavirus disease is an infectious disease caused by what we call SARS-CoV virus, SARS-CoV-2 virus. That is in scientific terminology. But again, this virus is the one causing COVID-19. We have several coronaviruses causing different kind of diseases, but this is quite different. And we all remember how this COVID-19 pandemic started, from Wuhan in China in December 2019. As of December 10, 2021, more than 240 million cases of COVID-19 have been recorded worldwide, including more than 4.9 million deaths. Close to 5 million people died of COVID-19. We can see, the importance, the significance of these cases all over the world. And we also know that within this period, it affected the whole world economically, socially, and whatever way you look at it, it affected everyone. Now, in Nigeria, although as at the time of preparing this slide, maybe I don't know whether the slide is being shown to us, what we'll be seeing is as at 12th of December. So the national situation, as at that time, and as at now, let me use now, the number of samples tested in the country is 3,751,696 samples, and we have 236,014 cases. And the number of deaths as at now, as at 26 December, as at this morning, was 3,014. Now, if you look at that, that is highly significant, looking at the number of deaths, looking at the number of cases. But when you come to Lagos State, as at today, the number of samples tested is close to 1 million. The number of confirmed cases is 91,727 cases, and the total number of deaths is 1,040 cases. About 757 of these cases are actually confirmed cases. Now, it's very important at this point in time. I know every one of us must have heard of it, but we need to know, to remind ourselves about the mode of transmission of COVID-19. Well, mostly is by droplet. When you cough and you get the droplet, anyone who comes into contact with it within 1 meter will definitely or might develop respiratory symptoms, which we know, coughing, sneezing, and co. And transmission can also be through fomites, the things we use around us in our immediate environment, our table, our chairs, and all other things, we might come into contact with the surfaces, and this can also, be responsible for the infection. Transmission of the COVID-19 can also occur by direct contact with infected people. That is why we have person-to-person transmission. And that is why we talked about other measures that we'll talk later on during this particular presentation. Well, very important. I know by now, if they ask any one of us what are the signs and symptoms of COVID-19, I know over 60 to 70% of people around would have, contracted COVID-19 without knowing. Some of us did not even do tests, so we will not know, and we think it's mild, ordinary malaria. You have cough, you have fever, you have headache, you have joint pain, use anti-malaria, and it goes. For people whose malaria did not subside, they feel that the doctor will say, okay, can you test yourself for COVID-19? So you can see the number of cases that we have missed. I just have malaria, I have cold, and I'm okay. It's COVID. It has not been tested. So cough, fever, shivering, it has symptoms that are similar to all other illnesses that we know. So it's very difficult for you to say that it is not, really COVID, especially at this point in time. But people that, have one forms of persistence of symptoms, maybe they have persistence of sore throat, persistent headache, difficulty in breathing, that would make them to need, require the oxygen. That is when this one is likely to be COVID. So loss of taste, loss of smell. Some of us will have it for a short while and it goes, but it's COVID. And we didn't bother to test. Don't let me test that. Let me start using, because all of us are now doctors treating COVID-19. We use different kind of teas, we use different kind of apps, diarrhea, running nose, fatigue. So those are the signs and symptoms. It's still there. We still have these symptoms. Definitely now we are talking of Omicron virus. The symptoms are not different. The only thing about the variant is that the variant has a very high level of transmissibility. It can easily spread fast from one person to another. A lot of research is still going on to see the incubation period, according to what has been observed, is very short. Maybe within 2-3 days you come into contact with somebody who has it, you develop it again. The next person to you develop. So, but again, what has been observed is that it appears as if the severity of this particular variant is very mild, and that's why we have not had, high increase in the number of admitted cases in our facilities. Having said that, it is important for us to go through the prevention and control of COVID-19. So when we say we want to prevent and control COVID-19, we all know, and there are a lot. They talked about non-pharmacological intervention. What that means, pharmacology is something that has to do with using drugs and co. But when you are not taking drugs, what are those measures that you are using? Number one is that we need to maintain a safe distance from others, at least 1 meter, even if they don't appear to be sick. Because some people are asymptomatic. They don't even have any symptoms. But when they are tested, they are positive for COVID-19. How do you explain that? They don't have symptoms, but they carry the virus. So don't say that the person before me appears to be healthy, so I don't need to observe any forms of social distancing. You still need to do that because we are in the period of pandemic. Well, wearing a mask in public, especially indoors or when physical distancing is not possible, is very, very important. Even up till now, I know some people felt, why should I wear? I'm tired of this thing. It's very shocky. But COVID will be more shockier than that if you don't observe those ones. And then it's also important that we should choose open, well-ventilated spaces over the closed one, especially even when we are doing anything. Open a window if indoors. Open your window, allow ventilation, to come in. And then make sure that you observe hand washing. Clean your hand often, use soap and water, or you use hand sanitizer. Very importantly, another one I will talk about, which I will still repeat along the presentation, is vaccination. Vaccination is very, very important. and now they are carrying it all around. They are begging people to come to vaccinate, and you can see what is happening all over the world. We discussed that again with respect to that. And then we should observe a very, very good etiquette. When we are coughing, we should cover your nose, cover your mouth. You can cough into your bent elbow, and you use tissue to also cover it. And then when you know that you are sick, some of us work in offices, we work in our different places where we are exposed to people. When you know that you are feeling sick, it's better for you to stay at home so that you don't, spread the infection to others. Now, the diagrams that we have, I don't know whether we are projecting. Oh, we are not projecting. I had the presentation, I don't know, would have shown to us the correct method of wearing the face mask. Some of us, we wear our face mask and we wear it to cover the mouth and expose the nose. This is not the correct way of wearing the face mask. Some people will have put the face mask and hang it like this. That is not the correct method of wearing the face mask. Or you cover your nose. Some people will do like this and then they use the mouth to talk. It's wrong. But you have to cover the nose and you cover the mouth, and this is the correct method of wearing the face mask. It's very, very important for us to note that. Again, observance of social distancing is very, very important. We've talked about it, 1 meter. I was thinking that we have the pictorial representation in my presentation so that you can see and follow. And then proper hand washing with soap and water is also demonstrated in this diagram as well. You need to wash our hands starting from the palm to palm. We go in between our fingers, and then we go to the back of the hand, the base of the thumb as well, and then the back of the fingers have to be washed. The fingernails, we are all these places we can have dirt, hiding there. We can, and then your wrist as well. You have to wash it at the end of the day so that you properly wash your hand. Now we'll go into the Quran to look at what the Quran said about it. We know that 5 times in a day for the obligatory prayers we go to perform prayer, but very importantly, a prerequisite is for us to perform ablution. We wash the different part of our body, especially the faces, the hands, the elbows, and co. And this is a provision of the Holy Quran that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commanded each and every one of us. We can see the beauty of Islam in trying to ensure that we maintain proper hygiene. We are in a state of good hygienic method when we are worshiping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is very, very important, and it still emphasizes what the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, that cleanliness is half of our faith. Cleanliness is half of our faith. So as a Muslim, you need to be clean all the time. You need to observe good hygienic practices. The same thing with other forms of method that we've talked about. Now, very importantly, what are the benefits of getting a COVID-19 vaccine? Number 1 is that COVID-19 vaccination will keep you from getting sick from COVID-19. Keep you, what it means, because with COVID-19 vaccine, it is not confer absolute immunity. What it's going to do for you is that, 1, if you are going to come into contact with the disease at all, or if you develop the disease while you are vaccinated, it will reduce the symptom severity. The severity of the symptoms to be mild. And it has also been shown to be effective. And from what we have, from the practice and from admissions, even during the 3rd wave, we found out that most people who are vaccinated have mild symptoms, and they have very short duration of stay in the hospital, as opposed to those who are not vaccinated, who later develop severe symptoms and will require oxygen. Now again, it's not an absolute proof that if I'm vaccinated, then I will leave other measures. I will not cover my nose and the mouth with face mask. I will not observe social distancing. I will not wash my hand with soap and water. It is not proof, it's not bulletproof. What it means is that it protects you, it gives you a leverage that even if you have it at all, it is going to be mild. And presently, Lagosians still need to go out, Nigerians still need to go out to go and take their vaccine. It's very, very important. All the different theories of opposition theories and different kind of propaganda that we have are not true. So let's go out, let's take this vaccine. Even presently, some of us who are fully vaccinated, the booster doses are also available. So we should go and take these booster doses, and we have all the different centers in Lagos State and different parts of the state in Nigeria where you can obtain these vaccines. Well, it's very important at this point in time while talking about COVID-19 for us to talk about international travel protocols, because so many Nigerians, what they cannot do outside the country, what they cannot do in UK, in US, Europe, and the other places in terms of observing the strict protocols for COVID-19, especially the international travel protocols, when they come back to Nigeria, they don't observe this. For inbound passenger, all passengers in Nigeria are to provide evidence of and comply with the following rules. Number one, you need to do COVID-19 PCR test 48 hours before departure. This also depends on the country you are traveling to. Some country can tell you 72 hours before departure you should get this test done. Please and please, 50,400 naira for somebody who is spending millions of naira to travel is not too much. And we have observed that most people patronize the quacks who will go and forge results for them. And some of them have been embarrassed outside the country because there is a code for checking the authenticity of these results and the lab where these tests are done. So please go to the approved private laboratories in the state where you reside to go and get these tests done, so that you don't get deported back to your country because of fake COVID-19 results. Again, post-arrival day 2 COVID-19 PCR test is also very, very important. Some we have to isolate. Those that are not vaccinated or partially vaccinated, they have to do self-isolation for 7 days. And then day 7, post-arrival exit PCR test also has to be done for those who are unvaccinated. I'm repeating this and stressing it very, very much, because as at now, we have so many people who are flouting this law. People coming into the country and not doing their day 2 test. In Lagos State now, we have mobile courts. You don't do your test on day 2, that you come back into the country. That is even when you are fully vaccinated. Then you are to face the mobile court. You are going to pay fine, and you are going to do the test again. And if you fail to show up, your international passport can be blacklisted for the next 1 year. That person will not be able to travel outside the country. Very, very important for us, to observe this. And for outbound passenger, they need to provide valid evidence of full vaccination against COVID-19 or negative PCR test within 48 hours from the time of boarding, depending on the country where they are going to. This is very, very important. And as Muslims, we know that it is important for us to observe this, because for Muslims, we have Islamic protocol for general conduct during pandemic. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam recommended as a then that during plague, Muslims should limit all mobility, traveling, visiting each other, and avoiding the sick. I want to stress that if it is not very, very important, so emphatic for you to travel at this point in time, you will agree with me that the stress of traveling during this COVID-19 era, of going for holidays, of coming back, of spending money is more. I think we should exercise a lot of patience, because by going to those places, despite all the measures, you are likely to also contact other things and bring it back to the country. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu also encouraged quarantine to keep plagues from spreading. So quarantine we are talking about now, restricting our movement, is something that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, and the Sunnah clearly emphasizes it, that if you hear that there is a plague in a land, do not enter it. And if plague visit a land, while you are therein, do not go out of it. We can find in the Sahih Buhari. And in conclusion, COVID-19 is a coronavirus disease that has changed the global dynamics and the way economic, social, and religious activities are being conducted. So definitely going by the infection rate and recovery of those affected, we might be approaching a situation of herd immunity in our community. So it should be noted that the pandemic is still very much on, as the virus keep on mutating, producing different variants. Hence, everyone should observe the public health measures, get yourself fully vaccinated, observe the travel protocols of the country as applicable, ensure that you continue to correctly wear your face mask, covering your nose and your mouth, ensure that you observe social distances, ensure that you wash your hands with soap and water very well, and make sure that when you are sick, you stay at home and you don't go to your offices or place of work to infect other people. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamu ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, thank you very much. We say Jazakumullah khairan jazilan to Dr. Ismail Abdul Salam for that very revealing submission of his. He's been looking at living in the era of COVID-19. He did say that he have had to review the topic as mentioned earlier, because we are not out of COVID yet, so it is not right to say post-COVID. So we have been looking at how to live in this pandemic era, and while also maintaining high level of hygiene. So thank you very much. It's been revealing, I must say. You have said quite a number of things, and even some of the torrent of questions that are coming here, I must say that most of what you have said have actually spoken to the effect of some of the questions that are being asked here. For instance, some of the questions actually borders on people who have taken the 2 doses and who still got infected. Particularly, there is a reported case of a presidential aide who have taken the 2 doses and have just been reported to still be COVID-19 positive. Probably you may just want to throw a little bit more light in that respect, because it seems to be one of those things that are discouraging people, that even when you take this vaccination, it still does not prevent you from being infected again.
Well, thank you very much. As I've said earlier during the presentation, I mentioned it that the vaccine, and if you look at it, let us start from it. Is a novel virus, and you can look at the speed with which research was done, a lot of trials to get us the COVID-19 vaccine. And as at now, when we are still talking of variants, you know that the virus we are still learning about the virus, and a lot of development and advancement and progress will be done vis-a-vis the COVID-19 vaccine. But suffice it to say that the COVID-19 vaccine does not confer absolute immunity as at now. But what it does for us, which is also very good, at a time when people are dying all over the world during the second wave, first wave, especially in Europe and UK and US, we know that there was no vaccine as at then, there was no proven medication, But as at the time we have the COVID-19 vaccine, we can see that the rate of infection reduces, the level of the positivity rate also reduces, and people can go about their normal life. Even the death rate also reduces, meaning that the vaccine that we have has been able at least to reduce the severity of the infection. So for people who have taken the first dose or taking the second dose, coming down with the virus is not new. It's part of what we have experienced. But again, as I've said earlier, if the person who came down with the coronavirus did not have any other underlying diseases that can worsen the situation, in most cases, most of them recover very quickly, and they have a short length of duration of stay in the hospital. So it is not out of place for us to have that.
Okay, thank you very much. Still on the vaccination, this person now is saying that someone who has taken the first dose and refused to keep up with the appointment for the second dose, and there's a lag. So that person now, will he have to now start it all over again, or you can actually go for the second dose anytime?
No, you don't need to start it all over again. But again, we know that this particular vaccination have been spread over a period, and that period also are scientifically proven within the period that you can actually, when you are vaccinated, you are giving the vaccine. The essence of the vaccine is to stimulate antibody production within your system. And after some time, we have what we call waning of this antibody. So in order to get the antibody up to a particular level that is needed for your protection, you need to get the vaccine at that particular period. But if you have missed the vaccine, the second dose for that period, visit the health facility, and there they can look at the time lag and then advise you appropriately. But that doesn't mean that you should not go there and then you'll be given the vaccine.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. This next question is coming all the way from Ede, from our brother Mutiu Bilade. He's saying, sir, is it correct to say that the face mask cuts off healthy hair from the user and can impair the organs of the body?
Well, I don't think there are researches to that effect.
Okay.
The face mask they are using, they have pores where air can come in and go out. Though we have individual differences, there are some people who may not be able to tolerate the face mask for long, and they may actually be shocked. There are some who may be allergic to whatever materials that is being used. But again, I think there are things that we can do with. In terms of what he has asked, there is no proven evidence to show that it affect or impair or damage any organs in our body systems.
Okay, all right, so that has been, the hair has been cleared as far as that is concerned. So for those of us who have that as an excuse not to use the face mask, you have that already cleared for you. So this next question, the questioner is saying that why is the government of Nigeria not promoting the use of ivermectin? I hope I got that correct. The use of ivermectin in the prevention and treatment of COVID-19, despite clear demonstration of its efficacy and cost effectiveness in some research.
Well, thank you very much. As I've said earlier on, the research on COVID-19 is continuous, and we've gone through different level of intervention, and ivermectin happens to be one. We have used it in our facility at a point in time, but with the advent of the COVID-19 vaccines, we can see that we need the movement shifted, to vaccination. The government of Nigeria actually promoted it, and we have ivermectin already in the country. It is also used in the management of neglected tropical diseases. But again, as far as Lagos State is concerned, at the time we procure a lot of it, to use for the treatment of people with COVID-19. But with COVID-19 vaccination, we have moved ahead of that. And then all over the world now, again, too, you can see that everybody is talking about, the COVID-19 vaccination.
All right, thank you. This same person is saying that the use of black seed oil and honey appear promising in the prevention and cure of the disease. And he wants to know that, being the director and incident officer, can you commission a research to confirm or dismiss the notion in the Lagos experience?
Well, it's good. We know it's the prophetic medicine. I think it's very important for us to know that the government is very open to research of this nature that can at least solve this kind of problem we have. So if you have a group, we have a company, we can write to the Ministry of Health, address to the Honorable Commissioner for Health, and explaining what you have observed with your research and go, and then we can the ministry can also invite you for a meeting with a research group, and then you can take it off from here. So we are also interested in interventions that are going to solve the problem at hand. So it's very possible.
Okay.
So they can write. Just write to the Ministry of Health.
All right.
I have a commissioner.
I have a strong belief that the person is also a medical doctor. I want to believe, especially coming from Mushin. So there you have heard it. So you can also get in touch with him.
Yeah. Right to you. Yeah.
All right. Doc, what do you have to say to people who are afraid of taking the vaccine for fear of side effects?
Well, it's very important, even as parents, with the normal routine childhood immunization. When you go to college, you take it, for your children at the prescribed ages. They tell you that, okay, when you want to go, give paracetamol, and then when the child collects, you give paracetamol. Kind of, behavior they exhibit even after taking the vaccines. Some of them will start running temperature, become irritable, all sorts. They are part of, because the vaccine we are taking is a foreign substance, and the body is supposed to react to it. So the same thing with the vaccine we are taking now, even for adults. Some will take it and will not experience any side effects, and some will take it and then they will develop headache, body weakness, and co. Maybe within 24-48 hours it disappears.
All right. Thank you very much. There are some questions here that borders on the conspiracy theories around the advent of COVID-19 itself. I don't know if you will be interested in taking that. Like this question, all the way from Akure, is asking to know if China is really responsible for the outbreak of the virus, or it's a conspiracy. So that is what he wants to know. And I know that a lot of people actually goes about with this kind of notion. So probably to be an opportunity.
Well, as far as Earth is concerned, and globally, from what we also recognize through the World Health Organization, the first case of COVID-19 was diagnosed in Wuhan, China. The international polities and co are not for our session. So if you have the international polities and discussion, then they can go into those sessions, and then we can have valid explanation for whatever happened. All of them are theories, as you have said. They are not proven evidences, and it's not impossible that such theory exists. But within the limit of our discussion, it's very important. I will be attacking it from the health angle, that the first case was confirmed and discovered in Wuhan, in China.
All right. So thank you very much. The next question here, I think this person is sharing his experience on the vaccination. He's saying that after the first dose, I guess when the person went back, there were a lot of turn off because he was being told that the second dose is not available, and it seems to be it's not an isolated case of his alone. So in that situation, what are we expected to do?
Well, I know that nationwide, We know we get the vaccine, all the states get the vaccine from the federal government through the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, and at any point in time, the number of vaccine and doses are already known. So for the first dose, the vaccine will be administered to those who will be able to get the second dose. If you have 500,000 doses, maybe for 250,000 people, only 250,000 will be vaccinated during the first phase. And the remaining 250 need to come for the second phase, because it's going to be useless, it's going to be waste, of resources and co if you had the first dose taken and you cannot get the second dose. Probably there was a mix-up on the way, but as far as the states are concerned, those are the measures that are taken to ensure that everyone who gets the first dose will get vaccinated for the second dose. And as far as Lagos State is concerned, I know that those are the measures, except I don't know if they did not go for the second dose as at when due. And most of these vaccines too also have lifespan. The time some of them can expire. So within the period that you're supposed to get the vaccine, you're supposed to have been there. Unless if the person did not go at the right time, the vaccine will be properly administered as at when due.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, can you confirm that we actually have fake vaccines? This person is saying that there have been reported cases of fake vaccines donated by foreign donors. Is there any atom of truth in that?
Well, as far as the country is concerned, and as far as I'm also aware of the vaccine we have been taking through the covert, something. I don't think we have any fake vaccine in our facilities. Now, with the booster doses and with the mass vaccination campaign that is going on, the private health facilities have also been involved, so that people who wish to go to private health facility pay for the services, not pay for vaccine. They can go there if they cannot withstand the pressure of the public facility. But the private facility actually gets their vaccine from the government. Okay. Those that are enrolled into the system. So I'm not aware of the fake vaccine that he's talking about.
Okay, so for the questioner, that is yet to be proven, except you have any substantial evidence to prove that we have the existence of fake vaccines, like you have put in your question. I think this is the very last question that we have for now. This questioner would like to know, what is the age range for children that can take the vaccines?
Well, as far as the country is concerned now, I don't think the protocol has changed.
Okay.
Those that will be vaccinated will be 18 and above. Anyone below 18 will not be vaccinated. Secondly, pregnant women too are not, eligible for the vaccination.
Okay.
Maybe later,
okay,
depending on research findings and other things, it may be reviewed downward.
Okay.
But 18 and above are those that are eligible for vaccination.
All right. So thank you very much, Doctor. I think that will be about the much that we'll be able to take. Yeah. Again, I have been in the studio with us, Dr. Ismail Abdulsalam, as we have been looking at living in the COVID-19 era, the Islamic nexus. We have taken a whole lot of questions. I know we cannot take enough, but our time is fast spent, and we may just have to leave it here. But the most important thing to add is that we are still very much in the pandemic era, and we have that responsibility to ensure that we do not only keep safe, but also ensure that people around us are also safe from getting infected. And for those of you who have a whole lot of conspiracy theories around vaccination, the COVID-19 itself, you have heard it from the experts, and all of that has actually been, all the air has been clear as regards all of those. So we need to be responsible, live responsible, especially as Muslims. All of those etiquette that we're supposed to observe, which is also in line with the COVID-19 protocol, we need to actually keep up with all of those to ensure that we keep our world safe until we will be all done with COVID-19. So thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Salam. We appreciate
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure. And I think that's how much we'll be able to take on this session. And in about a moment, we are going to continue from here as we have another session coming up in a couple of minutes from now. So until that time, don't you go nowhere. We'll still be back with you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brand new Alaja. Salaam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, my good brother. I thought you were exaggerating when you told me about excellent services of Hajj Mabrur Ventures. Shortly after we landed in the Holy Land, we were lodged in world-class hotel that is close to Haram. We were served with delicious meals twice a day. We journeyed to some holy and memorable places. The clerics tutored us with do's and don'ts of Hajj rite. There was no disappointment. We landed in Nigeria with our luggages. Hajj Mabrur Ventures is on top of its game.
I told you. Hajj Mabrur Ventures also help to process traveling to Andalusia in Spain and to Shanghai for excursion and agro-allied business. Umrah to Masjid al-Aqsa in Jerusalem.
Visit Hajj Mabrur Ventures Limited, 9A, Wing 1 Abiodun Fashake Crescent, behind Old Lasso Campus, Idiroko Bus Stop, Ikorodu Road, and Suite 10, Tafabalewa Square. Telephone 0809-211-3680. Website hajmabruru.com. Simply hospitality, truly spirituality.
Salaam alaikum, Alaja tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé.
Wa alaikum salam, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín gan. Nígbà tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń ròyìn Hajj Mabrur Ventures fún mi, mo lérò pé ìjánu lásán. Àfìgbà tá a balẹ̀ bàgẹ́ sílùú Mecca Medina nínú àwọn hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì tó dàbí àfihàn ọba tí ò jìnnà sí Haram. A ṣe ziyara káàkiri àwọn ẹbí mánigbàgbé. Oríṣiríṣi oúnjẹ ṣọkọyọkọtọ̀ ṣáyà gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ ni wọ́n fi ń bọ̀ wá lẹ́ẹ̀mejì lójúmọ́. Pẹ̀lú wáàsí àtìgbàdégbà lẹ́yìn iṣẹ́ Hajj ká tó ṣẹ́jú pẹ́ù àti balẹ̀ sórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tàwa tẹ̀rù wa Hajj Mabrur Ventures kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀.
Mo sọ fún ẹ, Hajj Mabrur Ventures tó ń bá ní ṣètò ìrìn àjò lọ sí Andalusia ní orílẹ̀-èdè Spain, UAE, Dubai, Istanbul ní Turkey tó fi mọ́ ìrìn àjò ẹ̀kọ́ àti iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ lọ sí Shanghai, bó sì ṣe umura lọ sí Masjid al-Aqsa ìyẹn ní Jerusalem.
Hajj Mabrur Ventures wà ní 9A, Wing 1 Abiodun Fashake Crescent, behind Old Lasso Campus, Idiroko Bus Stop, Ikorodu Road, àti ní Suite 10, Tafabalewa Square. Telephone 0809-211-3680. Website hajmabruru.com.
Halal Certification Authority offers a total halal certification service to different companies in Nigeria in accordance with Islamic law, with seasoned professionals and deploying a state-of-the-art technology for customers' satisfaction while meeting shareholders' expectations. At HCA, we investigate the ingredients of every product, the way it's processed, and how it's packaged before giving it our halal certificate. Halal certification helps expand a company's market appeal. For further enquiries, visit our corporate office at 9A, Wing 1, Abiodun Fashakin Street, Anthony Village, Idiroko Bus Stop, Lagos, or our branch office at 1, Thani Olodo Street, Jibowu Bus Stop, Yaba, Lagos. Telephone 0802-351-9433, 0803-721-8855, or send an email to info@halalcert.com.ng or visit www.halalcert.com.ng.
Every year across Nigeria, there is one Congress, many Muslims with one focus, the injunction of Allah. Based on Quran and Sunnah, the Muslim Congress, TMC, under the leadership of Alhaji Abdulwasi T. Bangbala, Amir, TMC, invites you to this year's 28th Annual Islamic Training Program, ITP, the 2021 online edition. It is a camp packed with activities which lift you spiritually and psychophysically to make you an ideal Muslim personality. Various professionals will take sessions from your health to finances down to the injunction of Allah. Theme: restoration of national values, our collective responsibility. Date is 24th to 26th December 2021. Morning session 8:40 a.m. to 1 p.m. Evening session 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Visit tmcng.net or call 08033 157962.
The National Islamic Training Program 2021 edition.
Inshallah.
Payment of zakat is the only secured transaction. Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَلِأَنفُسِكُمْ. Whatever you spend in the cause of Allah, you are the one to benefit from it. وَمَا تُنْفِقُونَ إِلَّا ابْتِغَاءَ وَجْهِ اللَّهِ. Do not spend except that you seek the favor of Allah. وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ يُوَفَّى إِلَيْكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تُظْلَمُونَ. Whatever you spend on the path of Allah shall be returned back to you and you will not be wrong. I urge you to pay your zakat before that day when there will be no transaction, when it will be needless and when it will be useless. Please pay your zakat today. Zakat and Sadaqat Foundation is a secured organization for a secure transaction. Pay your zakat today. May Allah be with you.
Appealing to all well-to-do Muslims to kindly channel their zakat through us to the poor and the needy member of our society, thereby relieving them of their burden. Thank you and Allah bless you.
Your Sadaqat and Zakat.
To Zakat and Sadaqat Foundation.
Month of the Quran, I feel it inside me, strengthening
Ramadan Kareem.
معنا نهج حياة جئنا تبصرة عن كل ضلال أعددنا بضع رسالات تحمل نورا للأجيال معنا نهج حياة. بشتى الصور أحب الوفي الأمين الأغر فأهل الوفاء كلون السحاب وحسن الربيع وماء المطر أحب الوفاء بشتى الصور أحب الوفي الأمين الأغر فأهل الوفاء كلون السحاب وحسن الربيع وماء المطر مقامهم فوق رأس الجبال وفوق الروابي
إحساسك لما ايديك بتمد الخير أول ما تشوف الفرحة في عين الغير وكأنك في السما طاير فوق أعلى من الطير وكفاية يكون ربنا عنك راضي وفرحان إحساسك لما ايديك بتمد الخير أول ما تشوف الفرحة في عين الغير وكأنك في السما طاير فوق أعلى من الطير وكفاية يكون ربنا عنك راضي وفرحان وحلمنا في قلبنا جوانا الخير يزيد حتى النجوم لو في السماء عمرها ما تكون بعيد وحلمنا في قلبنا جوانا الخير يزيد حتى النجوم لو في السماء عمرها ما تكون بعيد خليك زي ما ربنا عايزك يلاقيك لو تسعد غيرك يكبر فيه الحب وفيك وتكون فوق زي بتمد الخير أول ما تشوف الفرحة في عين الغير وكأنك في السما طاير How much is a new bus? Now 250. I don't know this your people say Nigeria. بتمد الخير أول ما تشوف فرحة في عين الغير.
káàárọ̀ dáàbì sà ẹ̀rọ sà ẹ wo bí wọ́n ṣe jí láàárọ̀ tí mo dé di mọ́tò yẹn mo ṣe start ẹgbẹ́ mi máa lọ báyìí mo kọ́ pé bírèkì yẹn ò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ ni bírèkì o kò mú rárá mo ti wá gbọ́dọ̀ bírèkì master lọ nìyẹn mo dẹ̀ ra bírèkì pad mi bákan náà mo ra hydraulic tá a fi ṣe mo lè kó lọ́dọ̀ pé kí n máa lọ sí gáréèjì báyìí mo kọ̀ pé engine yẹn sand bákan ni so mi dẹ̀ fẹ́ jẹ́ kó lọ́ọ̀kì mọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ so ọ̀gá mẹkáníìkì mo wà mi ṣiṣẹ́ mi jáde sí town crown ẹni rẹ̀ wà kó wá wù mí níbẹ̀ ibẹ̀ mo wà gárí ọ̀dọ̀ mẹkáníìkì mo wà ibẹ̀ mo wà dánù ṣe bẹ̀tà. Who's calling? Hello? Hello? Who dey speak? Who dey talk? Ah, landlord, na you? Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine, yo. Family are fine, yo. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I no dey around, yo. I no dey around. I dey try to go Ibadan. Even as I dey talk now, I dey inside vehicle. Inside motor wey dey carry me go Ibadan. If I don dey close to gate Ibadan. I know fit tell you, I don't know. But once I come back, I will let you know. I will come and pay. Thank you. Okay. Hello, sir. Welcome, sir. That job, sorry, come back and finish it, sir. No problem. We are still coming back. But now, I'm on my way to Ghana now. I will spend like a week there.
معنا نهج حياة جئنا تبصرة عن كل ضلال أعددنا بضع رسالات تحمل نورا للأجيال معنا نهج حياة جئنا.
Ago, we had Dr. Ismail Abdulsalam, who took us on the topic of living in the era of pandemic, and then looking at it from the Islamic point of view. So that was what we had just a moment ago. And then earlier, we also had the executive chairman of MPAC in the person of engineer D. Sutama, who also took on the topic that has to do with sustainable unity, they took on the topic unity as a bedrock to sustainable national development. So that those are the sessions that we have had this morning, and we're going to continue in that particular line. So again, we'll urge you to call on your folks who are not here, your friends and your people in your sphere of influence who are not already part of the NITP so far. We still have a couple of sessions before we call time on this year's edition, so they can also be part of this session. Remember, the change that we seek actually begins with you, and we have it all to do to ensure that we take our nation back to the glory days. So thank you very much. So we are going to be moving on now. We have a speaker who we are going to be linking up with all the way from Abuja. Is going to be taking on the next topic that we have here, which is sustainable nationhood, nurturing the right seed for decent leadership. The topic again is sustainable nationhood, nurturing the right seed for decent leadership. So that is the next topic that we're going to be looking at. So a whole lot has to do with the leadership of the country, if at all we are hoping to get it right as far as national value is concerned. So that's why we're going to be looking at that particular topic, focusing on how to get to the point that we have decent leadership, being at the hands of affairs as far as our great nation is concerned. So the speaker is one of our own, who is a lawyer by profession. By name, he is Imam Teslim Akoshile. So again, Imam Teslim Akoshile is the one who is going to be facilitating this next session. I will pray Allah makes it easy for him. We're going to go over to him. He's going to say his Teslim to introduce himself to the house. Then we'll come back to take a bit of his profile. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Imam.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my brothers.
Thank you very much. An absolute pleasure to have you. Thank you very much. I'm very sure the audience is very eager to listen to your submission this morning. So we're going to get into that in just about a moment. So for the viewers, our speaker who just said Teslim to the house is Imam Teslim Akoshile. I told you that he's a barrister at law. He holds Bachelor of Law in Common and Islamic Law from the University of Ilorin. He also has obtained a Master of Law from the University of South Wales, United Kingdom. He's also a Chartered Islamic Finance Professional from the Global University of Islamic Finance, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance. He is currently the Wali of the Muslim Congress in Abuja. He has certification in negotiation and conflict management, and also in conflict analysis from the United States of Institute of Peace, Washington, D.C. Mr. Akoshile is a graduate member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, United Kingdom. I can go on and on, but because of our time, we'll just get straight into the business of the day. Again, the topic that he will be treating is sustainable nationhood, nurturing the right seed for decent leadership. So I'm going to hand you over to Imam Teslim Akoshile. He has the next 45 to 50 minutes for his submission. We pray Allah make it easy for him. It's over to you, sir.
Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wa salatu wassalamu ala man la nabiyya ba'dahu. Rabbi shrah li sadri li amri wahlul 'uqdan yafqahu qawli wa ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I've been called upon to explain the topic, nationhood, knowing the rights for this. First of all, I will acknowledge the fact, just like it has been read out, I am a student of knowledge, and subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alim al hakim. I haven't established this fact. We quickly want to look at what is the state of the Nigerian nation as it relates to the topic of discourse. When we look at the topic of discourse, we are talking about sustainable nationhood. How can we engender a nation that is sustainable? And a way to do that is to try to nurture the right seeds of individuals, a right seed of human capacity that will provide decent leadership for our dear nation, our great nation, Nigeria. No doubt, the Nigerian nation is a great nation. It is poised to be one of the superpowers. It has all it takes to be that in terms of human capacity and in terms of natural resources, human resources and natural resources. Unfortunately, these two resources are as yet to be harnessed to make Nigeria as great as it should be. So looking at the state of the nation, Nigeria is reputed to have very huge youth population. According to some research study, it is said that Nigeria has a huge population of about 70% adults below the age of 35 years old. Still, in some other studies, one of it is statistical.com, it says that Nigeria is ranked 18th position among the countries with most youth population. So this tells us something, that this great country has a future. However, what its future is going to be designed by its compatriots. And the most people who should be more interested in what the future of Nigeria will be are the youth population, because they are going to be the next leaders of this particular nation. Then again, when you look at the country again, we keep complaining of weakening economy by the day. We keep complaining about rising insecurity. We keep complaining about violent conflicts here and there that are threatening the very corporate existence of the country. When we dip further, we see deepened distrust in government institutions and, most importantly, the security institutions in the country. We talk about insecurity in its various facets. One of such facets of the insecurity is kidnapping, going on mostly in the northwest of the country and north central of the country. Despite the series of spendings on security, series of deployment of security personnel, shuffling and reshuffling, amongst others, these still continue to plague the country. And another aspect of insecurity is the issue of banditry, which is also going unabated in the northwest region of the country in particular, and some parts of the north. Talk about areas like Zamfara, Zamfara State, Katsina State. You talk about Niger State. You talk about Kebbi State. You talk about Sokoto State. The recent incidents where has even gone beyond kidnapping into incinerating live human beings in their vehicles. These are sorry situations. You talk about insurgency, which is still ongoing in the Northeast, which has been going on unabated, at times nosediving, at times picking up in the Northeast in particular, Borno State, Yobe, amongst others. Again, you look at anarchy. A very vivid example of this is the recent incident in Lagos State, where a particular truck ran over some students and apparently being pursued by some officers of the law. And what followed was the reaction of teenagers, or which a set of people you can best describe as youths. They went into anarchy, destroying infrastructures that would otherwise have been useful for them and for co-compatriots. Then again, you look at the issue of criminality and militancy down in the Niger Delta over the resources of the country. you look at communal clashes between communities in the southeast, in places like Ebonyi State, where you have communities clashing over piece of land, situations that would otherwise have been brought into control with dialogue, understanding, and the rest of them. So you look around the country, and there are a lot of socioeconomic issues. So most of these things are born out of socioeconomic challenges facing the people. You look at the female folk, you look at prostitution, you look at stripper, they are naked dancing, stripping, strippers club, and the rest of them. So all of these are challenges that continue to affect the country one way or the other. Now, coming to look at the situation of the Nigerian youth, I mentioned earlier that Nigeria's youth population is about 70% adults below 35 years old. This is a gem, and when you look at this, it's supposed to be an asset for the country. Just as it can be an asset for the country, it could also be a source of liability for a country if the energies of these youth, if their creativity are not properly harnessed to be productive for themselves, for their immediate community, and for the nation at large. And when we are unable to deal with our assets, which are human assets, human capacities, if we're unable to convert this huge and timeless and invaluable asset, if invaluable material, if we're unable to convert them into assets, then eventually they become liabilities for us as a people. As a result, we've seen the way and manner the youth express their lack of confidence in Nigeria as a country. It has come out in several manifestations. Some of it is the fact that there are a group of youths who have lost hope in Nigeria being better for what it is. Some will tell you this Nigeria can never be good again. It's better we sell off the country and share the proceeds. Some will say, let's break down everything and let everybody go his way. So this could be at the root of the unending calls for secession of the country. Let the Southeast go, let the South go, let the Northerners go, let the Southwesterners go, and all kind of calls. All of this boils down to the lack of confidence in the country. The institutions are not functional. The value system is perverted, and several other issues around the challenges bedeviling the country. And most importantly, that we need to look at is the human capacity flights that we continue to witness in the country. There are several examples to this. Some of them that in recent times is the way and manner the medical personnel in the country troop out of the country to search for greener pastures in the UK, in the US, in Saudi Arabia, and the rest of them. So this is a grave matter of concern, because when we analyze situations like this, it tells us one thing, that when we have huge resources, huge human resources that are well trained, because if our universities have not been offering quality medical education, and if these medical doctors have not been graduating to become who they are, then they will not be absorbed in droves by the United Kingdom, by the United States, by Saudi Arabia, and the rest of them. So that shows that our human capacity is of quality. Because if our human capacity is not of quality, these clients that I've mentioned will not be absorbing them in droves, they'll be turning them back. Then again, other skilled individuals too, the ICT experts, among others. As soon as they are able to get some level of expertise or experience, the next thing you hear is, I'm going to Canada, I'm going to US, I'm going to Europe, I'm going to this, I'm going to that. So this is a clear challenge that the country is faced with. And those that are most concerned in all of this is this huge youth population, this huge human capacity that the country has, that it is spreading out on daily basis. Then again, closely aligned to this is the challenge of intellectual and data flight. What I mean by this is that you see, as a result of our poor academic environment, most students prefer to go do their postgraduate, they prefer to do their postgraduate academic pursuits off the shores of the country. They prefer to go to the UK, to the US, to Malaysia, to Brunei, and to the rest of them. The implication of all of this is that information, data, and intellectual resources that are otherwise useful for the country's development internally have been exported. So we could be faced with a situation where we need key information or data about the country to aid its development or to direct its development, but we'll be lacking in this, and we'll have to start importing the data about our country that is used for our development, to start importing them again from the US, from the UK, from Malaysia, from wherever this has gone to. So these are clear the academia, the politicians, the leadership, the community, among others. All of us need to sit down and analyze these issues and provide lasting solutions to them. Then coming to the readiness of the youth to take the leadership position in the country, or to provide leadership for the country to make the headlines in the recent past is the fact that there is a youth agitations from the youth to also be allowed to exercise political leadership in the country. This has led to the not too young to run bill that has eventually been signed into law by President Muhammadu Buhari. And the crux of this particular bill or law is to seek to reduce the qualification, the age qualification of candidates or aspirants into political offices, such as the parliamentary seats, the executive seats, amongst others. So some of the gains of this particular not too young to run bill is the reduction in the age requirement of presidency from 40 years to 30 years. Then the reduction in the age of gubernatorial aspirants or candidates from 35 years to 30 years, and then reduction in the age of would-be legislators or aspirants to the parliament from 35 years of age to 30 years of age. Then for the state houses of assembly, that is the parliamentary positions at the state level, from 30 years old to 25 years old. So these are some of the gains from this particular law, that is the not too young to run law. However, there are concerns that if we are to look at the state of the Nigerian youth, or as that has been argued by the antagonists to this particular not too young to run law, some of the issues they raise is the exposure of the youth, the maturity of the youth, and their integrity. So all of these are challenges they raise. And when you look at the exposure of the youth, or their maturity when they argue issues, or the integrity of their individual persons when you give them tasks to render, these are questions that are posed to the youth as challenges. There are several examples to this. Some of us bear witness to the fact that while back at the university days, where youths were allowed to run the students' organizations, associations, and unions. We can see the level of corruption perpetrated by the youth, where funds are being embezzled, even at that particular level of their participation or their participation in leadership. So if that is going to be the attitude of the youth at that level, how much more when this kind of youth are eventually elected into offices, to hold parliamentary offices, or to hold legislative office or executive offices. We are all witnesses to some so-called executives who are seen to be youths, and how badly they fared in handling those offices, executive or parliamentary, entrusted to them as youths. That is on the one side. Then when you want to look at the maturity of the youth, you look at arguments of youths on social media platforms, the Facebook, Twitter, and the rest of them. At times, when you look at the wateriness of or the depth of intellectualism in arguments, you shudder at the intellectual components of the arguments, or even the intellectual composition of some youths in their essence. And we are talking about giving youths the opportunity to lead, but what kind of leadership will these kind of individuals provide for the country? Then again, we talk about the case of the challenge of integrity amongst the youth, patience, wisdom, honesty, amongst others. Then further to this is the issue of the perverted value system in the country, where sense of judgment of the youth when it comes to issues in a very sorry situation. The value system is gone. An average individual always think that if, well, those that are charged with the political office to hold have their time currently, and by the time it is their own turn to also rule, they are also likely to also embezzle and do all and wreak all kinds of havoc. So these are more what you see being discussed by the youths. That aside, and in addition to that, is the fact that the youths are distracted with things like premiership and the rest of them. You shudder at the way some youths argue over how Chelsea should have played the ball, and how so coach should have coached, and how it should have how a player is going to be bought, and the rest of them. And you can imagine the man hours, the number of the time being wasted on such kind of arguments, which are clearly distractions for the youth from focusing on intellectual things from things that will benefit them intellectually, or how to or busy them from focusing on what are the challenges of the nation, how can we work around it, what are our researches on how to resolve these mundane challenges that we face on day-to-day basis in our country. Now this takes me to the gap in the youth development in our dear nation. Now, if we were to look at the gap at the situation of the youth as outlined earlier, it can be summed into some these following points. One of them is that most youth in the country, due to the perverted value system, have this kind of selfishness or greed embedded in them. And definitely, whoever is selfish and whoever is greedy and whoever is not in any way selfless may not go far in whatever he sets out to do. And these are more what the Noble Quran has warned us against. For example, if we were to look at Surah Al-Hashr, that is Quran 59 verse 9, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us he gave us some insight into what happened in Medina in those days. And apparently the Medinites as of that period can as well be described as youths too. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us that these were people who were ready to give out what they had. They were selfless, even if themselves were in need of these things, but due to their selflessness, they were ready to part with it to welcome their brothers who were coming into their abode. And because of this, their attitude, their brothers were welcomed, and their states, their nation became greater for it, because there was that altruism, sense of brotherliness, selflessness, and where you have these attitudes to life, selflessness, altruism, you see that there will be a lot to go around. But where you have this selfishness, you see that even if we live in abundance, there will be apparent and clear scarcity in society. Somebody cite an example of what actually happened somewhere, sometimes back in Abuja, during towards the time of campaign. Bags of rice were brought into a particular facility, and it was declared that these bags of rice were to be shared. And the brother narrating the story said he was surprised at the caliber of people coming to fight over bags of rice. People driving down jeeps and exotic cars coming to fight over a bag of rice. Apparently, from their standing, you will know, or you can discern that this sets of people do not need these handouts, these little bags of rice, 10 kg, 25 kg, 5 kg bags of rice. But unfortunately, that's what people came to fight over. After, even if they rode into the facility in jeeps and the rest of them. So if this kind of behavior and attitude persists in a community or in a nation, it's going to be a challenge for such kind of community or nation to witness prosperity and happiness. Again, another challenge of the youth of this nation that also needs to be looked at, as earlier outlined, is the issue of integrity and infidelity. Because if out of 100 youths, you can hardly trust up to 5, then it's a challenge. Because this is born out of selfishness and selflessness that has been ingrained into us due to adoption of foreign cultures or perversion of the available value system within the country. And again, the Noble Quran in Surah An-Nisa, that is Quran 4, verse 58, had counsel against this. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this particular verse says, Inna Allah yamurukum an tu'adul amanati ila ahliha wa idha hakamtum bayna an-nas an tahkumu bil 'adl inna Allah ni'ma ya'idhukum bihi inna Allah sami'an basira. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that verily Allah instructs us to render back the entrustments to their due owners. And when we administer between people, or we attempt to judge between people, or we mediate or intermediate between people, then we should do that with justice. Because Allah's instruction to us are excellent, and Allah is all hearing. He hears all that transpires, and He sees all that transpires. Also, further, some of the challenges bedeviling the youth is the issue of, for the few youths that are still within the shores of the country, is the issue of capacity issues. A lot of youths want to lead organizations, but they are devoid of sufficient capacity to do so, just in a bit to show off that, yes, I'm the leader of this, I'm the CEO of this. But when you look at what it takes for them to lead these ventures or these endeavors or these entities, they are nowhere to be found. A very good case in hand is the case of a particular financial institution that was built over time by the father. And as soon as it was handed over to the son, the financial institution went down in this same country. So, but if the youths were to check this for something like mentorship, followership, and apprenticeship, then it will have been better for them. Their human capacity will have been sufficiently developed. If they were ready to humble themselves to learn, to follow, and to do apprenticeship under able personnel, then this will have been better for the youth. a very good example of this. There are examples, but one of them that we can just quickly pick out from the Quran is the case of Prophet Musa salam and Khidr. You could see that Prophet Musa salam humbled himself in a bit to learn from Khidr, from what he thought. You could see that Prophet Musa salam was trying to learn from Khidr, but at the same time, the takeaway from another takeaway lesson from that incident is the essentiality of patience. When one wants to learn, you want somebody to mentor you, you want to follow and you want to learn, then you have to be extremely patient so that you can attain that particular experience and the capacity you seek to develop. Then again, one of the challenges bedeviling the youth in recent times is this hastiness to make it. People will say, I want to hammer, or people will say, Dangote doesn't have two heads. But the forgotten that Dangote, it took Dangote several years to get to where he is. But some people want to be like Dangote in no time. So this issue of speed and hastiness, you want to speedily achieve this. Say, this age is the age of speed or hastiness. Meanwhile, Rasulullah had warned us in his hadith that al-ajalatu min ash-shaytan. Hastiness is one of the machinations of shaitan, which he sways us from attaining the right thing we seek out to attain. And again, part of it is that most youths lack their own, they lack clear-cut ideology on how and what way and manner they intend to go about restoring the country to its lost glory. Again, added to this is poverty of ideas, poverty in financial, economic poverty, and even spiritual poverty and poverty of ideas. So some of these are due to imbibing wholesale foreign cultures. And thankfully, some of the speakers before me had warned us that in the person of engineer Isu Kamaru, it's not everything you take from foreign culture, hook, line, and sinker. But we as Muslims have gotten our own sieve to sieve what is good and what is bad. Then unhealthy competition, among others, are part of the challenges bedeviling youths in our dear country. Then when we talk about the national discourse and how this nation can develop, and definitely the youth should not be excluded in the national discourse and development, because when we do this, we will be we will be extinguishing the future leaders of the country, or we will not be developing those that are going to provide the appropriate leadership for the country in its coming phases. And when the youths are not busy, it often leads to youth restiveness or engaging in untoward endeavors or destructive ideas or promiscuity and the rest of them. It's often said that the idle hand is the devil's workshop. So when the youth are left idle, they are not engaged, they are not encouraged to participate in the community affairs, then it's a dangerous trend. And we can see that during the lifetime of Islam, he engaged youth in the national issues. One of such very clear example is him making Zayd bin Harisa, that's Osama bin Zayd, pardon me, at the head of an army that he was about to dispatch prior to his demise. And Abu Bakr Siddiq confirmed that the Prophet Islam has made Osama bin Zayd at the head of this army, and it must never be changed. So these are way and manners which will involve you to give them some tasks, give them some assignments, test them over time, supervise them over time, and before you know it, their capacities are going to be developed. Again, when we exclude the youth in the national discourse and its development, this could lead to eventual loss of quality human capacity. For example, in our dear nation, the youth tend to be excluded, and the old cargoes tend to recycle themselves. And what happens next is that these youths find their ways out of the country, and they make names and they make waves out there in the country, in Malaysia and the rest of them. There are some multinational institutions or multilateral institutions headed by youths who are Nigerians outside of the country. In one of my recent encounter with some of my colleagues in my office, I was mentioning to them that one of the multilateral institutions around the globe is headed by a youth. They were surprised. In particular, institutions like IIM, International Islamic Management Corporation, is headed by a Nigerian youth, so to say, amongst other entities. So, because why? Because we've not harnessed their capacities locally. We've continued to believe that they cannot deliver. And as soon as they find their way out of the country, they show the stuff they are made of, they make names, and they're identified, and their capacities are utilized by people other than Nigerians, and for the development of several other clients to the detriment of Nigeria and Nigerians. So it's imperative that there should be robust succession planning internally. And when we look at the ingredients of succession planning, you see that when we talk about nurturing the right seeds, it's all about succession planning. Because it's when you plant a seed, it does not germinate at once, but it germinates over time. It takes time. It's just like when you plant a mango or when you plant a corn, it definitely takes time to grow. So the same way human capacities take time to develop, to be fit for the purpose that they are meant to serve. So by getting the youth to understand a couple of things will be important, just as we're engaging them in take decision and making in nation building and the rest of them. At the same time, we need to get them to realize some facts. I outlined 4 basic facts that the youth must be made to understand. They must be made to understand their terrain. They must be made to understand their assignments. They must be made to understand their scope. And finally, they must be made to understand what their goal is. And when you talk about their terrain, the youth in Nigeria knows, but at the same time, there is a need to awaken them to understand the extent of the social dysfunction in Nigeria, so that they can appreciate the greatness or the weight of the task ahead of them. Because virtually almost all institutions of the country are dysfunctional or not functional. And to restore this, it's an Herculean task. It's very easy to demolish, but it is not easy to construct. We are witnesses to the equators that have been constructed over time, but within minutes, everything was down. So the same way, when you want to build systems or you want to build an order or a social order, it's not something you achieve within a day, but it's something that takes time to build. Just the way it took time for Rasulullah to transform the Arabians from what they were to what they eventually become, such that they became the torchbearers for humanity eventually. It took him time to take off from them some of their destructive attitudes or qualities. Some of such examples is the issue of alcoholism. It took Rasulullah time to win them off that particular destructive attitude. And that attitude again is rife among the youths of today. Talk about drug abuse, alcoholism, and codeine, tramadol, and the rest of them. So the youths must understand the terrain in which they want to walk. And again, the youth must understand their assignments. they should know what exactly they need to do, what should come first, what should come subsequently. They need to understand what are the steps to be taken first and what are the steps that can be delayed. What are the things we can downplay at what moment? So when we understand all of this, it gives us a clear way forward on achieving the ultimate goal. Then again, the youths need to understand what their scope is. Their scope is to carry along all the stakeholders. Their scope is you're operating within Nigeria, and when you look at the composition of Nigeria, you're talking about ethnicities that are more than 200, and they come with their various attitude, their various outlook to life, and all of that. So when you understand the scope of your assignments, then it helps you to also strategize and plan. You're going to be operating in a diverse society, in a complex society, in a multi-ethnic society, in a multi-religious society. Then even if you were to look at the geographical divides, it's also something you need to look at. What can apply down in the southwest may not apply up in the northwest or in the northeast or in the north central. So even if you look at the geographical configuration of each of these terrains, they are different. And the same way the behavior of the people is different, their culture is different. What you can do in the southwest may not be doable in the northeast. What you can do in the southeast may not be doable in the northwest. So all of this has to be, the scope has to be understood, and eventually the goal, engendering a sustainable nationhood through appropriate leadership. The ultimate goal is how do we engender quality leadership for our country, our dear nation. All of these and more are what the Islam has taught us in the Noble Quran, in Hadith of Rasulullah, amongst others. So these and more are part of what we've learned and we've imbibed in this series of sessions and lectures in the ongoing National Islamic Training Program. We pray and hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us better understanding of this my home presentation, far better and wider than I presented it. The errors are from me, and the good learning points are inspirations from Allah. أقول قولي هذا أستغفر لكم أجمعين وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamu alaikum. No.
Looking at it from the angle of leadership, and then of course also considering that we have a multitude of young populations who appears to be directionless given the current situation that we are dealing with. Thank you very much. So much you have said as regard how we can engender quality leadership as we seek to have our national value restored. Thank you very much. We cannot have you enough on the call because this is a conversation that is going to, actually extend beyond this space. We're hoping that some of the messages here will reverberate across our individual spheres of influence, and of course, also some of our leaders also take a cue from some of the very, very important message out of this year's NITP. So thank you very much. So there we have it, and I'm very sure that some of you have one or two questions to put across to our speaker before we call time on this particular session. We appreciate him, and we pray Allah continue to keep him for us. So that has been that topic, which is the high point of this particular session. So if there are questions now that we already that I think we have, I think we can get into all of that in just about a moment now, and then we'll have our speaker respond to some of these questions. So I'm hoping that those at the back end will get those questions across to me in good time, so that we can have the speaker respond to them. So so Imam Akoshile, like I said, is the Wali of TMC particular session. Without doubt, one of the major challenges that we have is we have a young population who should actually be the leaders of tomorrow, like we have always said. But the current trend of affairs with the youth as we have it today does not suggest that these young populations are ready. I actually mentioned some of those very, very popular magazines among the youth populations that are clear indications that we still have a long way to go to ensure that the young populations are rightly orientated, so that we can then be rest assured that yes, the future is quite bright. So he's been speaking to all of that over the course of the last 1 hour or thereabouts. Okay, I think I have a question here. All right. So this question is coming all the way from the viewing center in Akure. The question has said the term corruption started from when? Is it the colonial master? Is it during the colonial era, or did it emanated from the Nigerian government? So that is the question that the person wants you to clarify. He wants to know that the corruption as we know it, does it date back to the colonial era, or is it post-independence that we begin to get to deal with that Hydra-headed challenge?
Am I answering everything at once, or are we getting the questions at once?
Yes, let's take it one after the other. That's the one that we have at the moment. I'm expecting the other questions to be forwarded.
Okay, when we talk about the word corruption, well, corruption is relative. Corruption in what sense? Because when you talk about corruption, even the Noble Quran addresses corruption. I think corruption is a perversion from the norm, or what should be the norm and the right way to do things. So corruption has been defined severally. It has been there have been series and several definitions of corruption. Even part of the definition of corruption by Justice Mustafa Akambi is there is street corruption and the rest of them. So, and when you look at the basis of corruption, the Noble Quran has told us about the basis of corruption, and that's why I started that verse in Quran 59. That is Surah Al-Hashr. That وَمَنْ يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. Whoever is able to wrestle itself from greed, or from what you call selfishness, or from what you call niggardliness. So that is the root, or that is the basis of corruption. So it's when you are greedy that you want to embezzle. It's when you are greedy that you want to pervert to gain some personal gains over and above others. It's when you want to convert some people's money and the rest of them. So that is the root of corruption. So if we are able to wrestle our individual greed, and we are able to achieve altruism and selflessness as a people, individually and collectively, then we are going to get at the root of corruption and nip it for the betterment of all of us. Thank you.
also, we're still looking at this particular topic, and the perspective is our youth, preparatory to when we get to the point of leadership. So that is why we're going to be focusing. I think some of the questions are also actually focusing on the angle of the youth to all of this. So this next question is, there is a popular saying among the youths as of today that education is a scam, that education is a scam, that we have some of those people as our friends, we have them as even colleagues. So what advice would you, rather have for those who have that mentality that even their current educational setup is all but a scam? I am not sure you are audible, sir.
Okay, sorry, I was muted. I said that I said it's unfortunate to have that kind of thoughts. And again, education is relative. But one clear thing is that as a Muslim, seeking of knowledge is an obligation. And you could see that the first set of verses that was revealed to Nuh was about seeking knowledge. So if seeking knowledge is an imperative and it's an obligation, spiritually and morally and everything, Islamically, it's an obligation, then you might want to put it in perspective. What education are you talking about? Are you talking about the conventional education as it is currently constituted, or you are talking about education in whole? So if you are talking about a kind of structured education, again, you need to look inwards, because even that guy that is doing his apprenticeship with the mechanic is also being educated, if you understand what it means to be educated or to be enlightened. So education is important. And as a matter of fact, it's only with education that you achieve lofty heights in this world and even the hereafter. Look at what Allah said. Allah says, Allah is going to raise the believers and those that are knowledgeable in a ranks. So it depends on how we look at it, but in all of it, seeking of knowledge, if seeking of knowledge is what is referring to as education, then it's a wrong perception to hold. As a matter of fact, the advancements that we witness today, you fly in aeroplanes, you make calls, telecommunications and the rest of them are all born out of people being educated and being able to do things out of their education. So it's a different case if we are saying that the Nigerian educational system needs to be reconfigured such that it will give us the desired aim. That is understandable. So even at that, it will be wrong to term it as a scam. It is not a scam, but we should all sit down to look at how to recalibrate our educational system such that our educational system enables us to address our challenges. Our educational system enables us to be productive and to be creative. So yes, we should talk about that. And unfortunately, this is what ASU should be concerned about. The way and manner our intellect, the way and manner the trend through which the intellectual flight is going in the country is worrisome, and it is a dangerous trend. So it's something ASU should be concerned about among other educational stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your insights. So that is quite revealing. I must say thank you very much. Along that line, I think one of those evil of the modern day Nigeria is what we are now dealing with, fake news and all of that. And whether we like it or not, those behind parroting of fake news, and of course, you cannot deny the fact that they are mostly youths and all of that. I'm particularly going to cite one of the I think one of the incidents that you cited in the course of your presentation, that is the unfortunate accident that happened somewhere in Ogba a couple of weeks ago. That is the issue of, the accident involving the truck that ran into some students. The news that made the round was that that particular truck was being chased by the enforcement operative. So that was the story that actually rented the hair, but it was later found that it was far from the truth. The particular truck in question was not being chased by either LASMA or road safety, as the story made us believe. So it was, we got to know that it was just a case of a driver who lost control of his vehicle while he was trying to compete for space on the road at some point. So it's one of those things that actually rents the hair, having fake news being parroted by youth. And I think it's one of those things that we need to also talk about, which is one of those reasons why we are where we are. So thank you very much, Imam Teslim Akoshili, once again for your time. We really appreciate you. But before we go on this session, I'm made aware that some of our viewers and audience have actually been making out some donations, as we have been calling for. And you will see on the screen that some of those details have been scrolled on the screen. So we appreciate some of those who have made their handsome donation. We appreciate it, and I want to urge you to keep it coming, because a whole lot has gone into putting this together, and we appreciate whatever support you can actually offer. So for those of us who have been able to make one contribution or the other, we really, really appreciate it. And Allah continue to replenish your pocket. And then for those of us who are yet to do it, no amount is small. We appreciate whatever we can get from you in form of videos, man. Thank you very much. So that is about the much that we'll be able to take on this session. Our appreciation goes again to Imam Teslim Akoshile for his time and for that very, very captivating experience that we have had with him over the course of the last 1 hour. So I will call time now on this particular session, and in about in a couple of minutes we'll be back with you, as we're going to be taking on a FQ right after this break. So, and I hope you will not want to miss this particular session. We have our scholar holding you from Ibadan already here in the legal studio with us. He's going to be coming on to the studio now in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll be taking that FQ session. So until that time, from me, Komaruddin Oladunjoye, I say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay.
ẹ ti ń retí ọjọ́ pé gbákọ́gbé ìpàgọ́ lọ́dọọdún fún gbogbo múmìnì káàkiri àgbáyé. Àrà ọ̀tọ̀ ní tọdún yìí, oríṣiríṣi àwọn ètò tó ń múni dàgbà nínú ẹ̀kọ́ àti ìlànà Allah, pẹ̀lú ọ̀kanòjọ̀kan ẹ̀kọ́ nípa ètò ìṣúná, ìlera àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Lẹ́ẹ̀ma tẹ́tí sí wáàsí tí múni súnmọ́ aljana àti súnmọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba Allah. Àkòrí tọdún yìí ni ìdápadà iyì orílẹ̀-èdè yìí. Àjùmọ̀ṣe wa ni ọjọ́ 24 sí ọjọ́ 26, 24th to 26th oṣù December ni ìpàgọ́ tọdún yìí yóò gbéra sọ. Ọdún kejìdínlọ́gbọ̀n irú ẹ̀. Orí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára ni tọdún yìí yóò ti wáyé. Tẹ́sí máa wo kedere káàkiri àgbáyé. Ìpele méjì ni yóò pín sí. Abala òwúrọ̀ aago 8 àbọ̀ sí aago 1 ọ̀sán. Abala ìrọ̀lẹ́ aago 4 àbọ̀ sí aago 6 àbọ̀ àṣálẹ́ lẹ́ẹ̀ máa rí wò. Darapọ̀ mọ́ Islamic Training Program lórí tmcng.net tàbí kó pè sí 0803-315-7962. The Muslim Congress National Headquarters lónìí kí gbogbo wa wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kájọ súnmọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba Allah.
أشهد أن لا
معنا نهج حياة جئنا تبصرة عن كل ضلال أعددنا بضع رسالات تحمل نورا للأجيال معنا نهج حياة جئنا تبصرة عن كل ضلال.
were held according to schedule. Likewise, day 2 yesterday, we were able to fulfill all righteousness. Now today, we have done the first session, the second session, the third session, and this is the fourth session in the morning birth. Alhamdulillah. We thank Allah for the opportunity. We equally thank our brothers and sisters all over the world joining us through all the social medias that we have, the Facebook, YouTube, Zoom, and other social media platforms where people are connected to us all over the world. So at this moment, we are moving to the fourth session, which is fiqh. Just like we have planned this year's edition of Islamic training program, all programs that were held or all lectures that were rendered into Yoruba language, we equally make an effort to also deliver such in English language. You agree with me that the fiqh on prohibited earnings in Islam was also one of those topics that was taken by the Grand Mufti of the Muslim Congress, Sheikh Zekullah Shafi Afazullah. But today, inshallah, we are going to fulfill our promise. The lecture will be rendered into English. This will be an advantage and opportunity to our English-speaking audience in the north, in the east, and everywhere in all parts of the world. This is to tell you that the Muslim Congress is an international organization, and we take cognizance of the languages of our audience. So inshallah today, I've been joined by a man, one from my own side. I call him the testimony of Hadith. The name that you bear, according to what we all know as Muslims, that name will also reflect in your heart. This man's name is Abdul Hafiz. Alhamdulillah, is an Hafizul Quran. I hereby present to you, audience at home and everywhere, all over Nigeria and abroad, Imam Abdul Hafiz Aririmako, who is the Naib al-Hamir Cultural Affairs of the Muslim Congress. Audience at home, please join me to welcome our scholar who is going to be doing justice to the topic, the fiqh on prohibited earnings in Islam. Halan wa salam ya Sheikh. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والتابعين وتابعيهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. إخوة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أيها الإخوة الكرام.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
We thank Allah Ta'ala for His blessing and mercy upon us, among which is the mercy and blessing of Islam, the religion that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has favored us with, which Allah refers to as the peak of His ni'mah, His blessing. In Quran chapter 5 verse 3, when Allah says, Al-yawma akmaltu lakum dinakum wa atmamtu alaykum ni'mati wa raditu lakum al-islam dinan. That today I perfected your religion for you, and I have perfected my mercy on you, and I have chosen Islam as a religion for you. We thank Allah for this favor, praying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to sustain us on this blessing, and may He let us continue to remain as Muslims and die as Muslims, and may Allah resurrect us among the Muslims. We seek Allah's benediction and mercy upon our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his households, companions, and all those that follow his footsteps till the day of judgment. May we be counted among them. We also thank Allah for this opportunity given to us to be here discussing Islam to the whole humanity. We hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will benefit mankind with this endeavor, with this effort, and may He subhanahu wa ta'ala reward the organizers and all those that partake in the efforts so handsomely. As said by the anchor, the topic of discourse, the area we are going is fiqh, and we are going to look into fiqh al-mal fil Islam wa ma hiya al-amwal al-muharrama, prohibited earnings in Islam. As Muslims, we are to know that our Islam is a complete way of life. It encompasses all aspects of life, and nothing that we need in this life or that is very important for human life that Islam does not talk about. Anything that benefits us, Islam has clarified it. Anything that will harm us, our religion has talked to us about it and has refrained us from it. So among the important aspects of life is financial aspect of life. So because man naturally loves wealth, Allah says, وَتُحِبُّونَ الْمَالَ حُبًّا جَمًّا, and you love to amass wealth. So in a great degree. So and for this, man will naturally want to exceed his boundary. So in accumulating wealth. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has laid down principles and regulations to follow so as to make man's life to be guided and to be guarded. For this is an aspect of fiqh that we call fiqh al-mu'amalat. So that aspect of fiqh that talks about mundane life, what we do, how we relate with one another. Because when we talk about transaction, talk about dealings, talk about accumulating wealth or earning wealth, this one is born out of relationship between mankind. So because of this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has regulated our affairs, so in order for us to be guided. So we look at this fiqh, so to live according to the dictates of our religion and to become a real and complete Muslims. And as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Quran chapter 2, verse 208, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu dukhulu fi silmi kaffa wa la tattabi'u khutuwati shaitan inna. Allah says, oh, you believe, enter the religion of Islam kafatan, wholeheartedly. That is, all aspects of your life, let it be guided by the religion of Islam. Do not follow the footsteps of shaitan. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has his own dictates and regulation on every aspect of life, so also shaitan has his laid plan, and instructions to those that will listen to him and will hearken his call, so what they will do on this life. So Allah is now calling our attention and cautioning us not to follow shaitan. Wherever you live Islam, you're actually following the footsteps of shaitan. So that is why a Muslim is supposed to be guided and guarded by the dictates of Islam and as found in the Quran. Now talking about wealth, we'll be looking at it from two angles. The regulation of Islam concerning earning of wealth is a middle way. It's a middle way between asceticism and license. So some people, they believe that they can do whatever they wish and they can accumulate wealth from whatever means and whatever way. And some people regard earning wealth or looking for wealth as being something that is very bad, and doing it will mean that they have actually left or forsaken what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created them for. So they want to abstain from this a very important aspect of life, So in thinking that this one is against spiritualism, then Allah says in Al Quran, Surah Al-Mu'minun, Quran chapter 23, verse 51, Ya ayyuhar rusulu kulu min at-tayyibati wa'amalu salihan. Oh, the messengers, kulu min at-tayyibat, eat from pure things. What is halal, what is lawful? So eat of pure things, wa'amalu salihan, and do righteous deeds. So want to do righteous deeds, but we still have to eat. We still have to look for what will make our eating easy, what will facilitate it for us, what will make our life easy for us, and that is done through earning wealth and looking for wealth. So Allah here is talking about two things: part of life and that aspect of spirituality, religiosity, which is wa'amalu salihan. And you can see how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has presented it to us. Kulu min at-tayyibat. That is, you have to eat, but mind you, it has to be min at-tayyibat. Allah does not say do not eat. But when you want to eat, just ensure that it is min at-tayyibat, from what is lawful, from what is pure. That means a Muslim cannot eat anyhow, cannot drink anyhow, cannot accumulate wealth anyhow. It has to be guided, it has to be from lawful sources and from pure sources. Wa'amalu salihah. And don't let your looking for wealth or eating prevent you, dissuade you from doing what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created you for. That is doing righteousness and moving closer to Almighty Allah. Now the instruction that says eat of pure things precedes righteous deeds. Meaning that if you do righteous deeds, you pray, you fast, you go to Mecca, so and you read Quran, you memorize Quran, you do whatever that is considered as good things, and people think of you as somebody that is very spiritual and very ascetic. But your means of sustenance is gotten from an unlawful source. So you are not a Muslim, you are not a real Muslim, you are having problem with Allah. Because Allah says, Kulu min at-tayyibat. I say that one first. Ensure that where you are earning your wealth is from pure source. Wa'amalu salihan. Then do righteous deeds. Means to impress us that righteous deeds are meaningless without eating lawful provision. So that has to be gotten clearly. So that is how Islam has packaged it for us. So the meticulous care that is found in Al-Quran and the way Islam has laid down the principles and regulation, so regulating our lives in terms of this wealth accumulation, so can never be gotten from any other system of life or any other social system that's human-made, that are man-made, that man has laid down, because it condemns as illegal all those means of livelihood which endure morally or materially the interest of an individual, another individual, or a society. So that is the brain or the main thing under the regulations of Islam. So we now want to look into those regulations, so in a way that we draw the message to us that guard Muslims. When you talk about wealth accumulation, talking about, so we have to first of all know that this aspect is an integral part of Islam. That as a Muslim, we have halal and haram. So this has to be made clear, and we have to internalize this, that you have your way of life is guided. There is something that is halal, there are things that are haram for you. So you know, all aspects, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, everything is halal. But for Muslims that want to seek Allah's pleasure and want to have eternal bliss and blessing before Almighty Allah, so you have to know what is haram for you to know what is halal for you. So secondly, is that knowing this, or guiding our lives with this regulation, So we attract with reward. So not doing that, we attract punishment. So it's a matter of reward and punishment when we are talking about wealth accumulation. So for the sources you get your wealth from, so we either make you entitled to Allah's reward or make you entitled to Allah's punishment. So and some people will be doomed in the day of judgment, not because they did not pray or they did not fast, but because of where they got their sources of sustenance, livelihood. And you can find that in the hadith of Prophet Muhammad, where it says that no one will leave the sight of Almighty Allah in the day of judgment until he answers 4 questions, among which is his wealth, where has he gotten it from? Where did he spend it on? What did he spend it on? So we have 2 questions to answer concerning wealth. So the sources of the wealth and the how we expended the wealth, how we use the wealth. So that means we have to make sure that we follow Allah's revelation concerning Allah's way, Allah's sources of income, and we have to beware. So and be cautious of where we spend our money. Some people will pass in the sources they got their wealth from, but talking about how they spend it, so they will fail. And some people will fail from both ends. Mind you, we cannot get somebody that will pass from the way where he spent the money and will not pass from where he got the money from. Because if you get the money from unlawful, so you're spending it on unlawful thing will not make it rewardable. Will not cleanse you of that sin of getting it from unlawful place. I think the message is clear. You get the money, the wealth from unlawful source, and to spend it to do what Allah is pure, and He will not accept anything except that which is pure. So that means you can pass in spending it to a lawful place, but you pass by getting it from lawful place, but you fail spending it on a lawful place. But you cannot pass if you get it from a lawful place. The message is clear, right? Yes. So okay. So no, I don't want somebody to have that impression that okay, I get it from one lawful source, then I will spend it to lawful places. So it doesn't make it acceptable in the sight of abound concerning those doubtful sources, and I will not accept it from you. It is also connected with character. Some people, when you talk about religiosity, they think it's only limited to when you are praying, you are fasting, you are reading Quran, or you portray yourself as Muslim, as a religious person, or maybe by means of your appearance or what you put on, or the name people call you, or appellation given to you. That does not make you religious. That is why Prophet says, "Ad-dinu husnul khuluq." Religiosity is also morality. They are together. You cannot separate morality from religiosity. So it is now that we are separating it. We are trying to separate it, but Allah does not separate morality from religiosity, and Islam does not separate it. That is why you will see that all acts of worship, all our rituals, one of the goals and the objectives of those rituals is that they give somebody that actually do the ibadat, the rituals, so they benefit them with good morals. So, but now you will see some people, they are allergic, they pray, they fast. But when it comes to their sources of income, if maybe they are in marketplace, or they are rendering services for people, or they are in government, they are government official or public, or they want to separate that one from their religiosity. They say, okay, this is a way of living, a way of life. So means of sustenance is gotten here. So we shouldn't guide ourselves with religion here. Otherwise, one will just suffer, one will just starve himself. So you will hear them say that we are in the market, we are not in the mosque. Let that call Allah, call our Rasul be limited to mosque. But here it is Shaitan that controls and takes the affairs of this place. If you want to get money here, you have to what? You have to follow shaitan. Because money, real money, if you want to get it, it's the shaitan that will give it to you. But after getting the money, don't worry, we are going to spend it, build mosque, and we'll send people to Makkah. So that makes them to lack character and morality. So in that aspect. Meanwhile, if you want to know somebody that is mannered and that has character, excellent in his or her character, look at that person in where he gets his source of living. You see some people, they are Muslims. They will even portray themselves as Muslim, and in their appearance, people will say, but they will tell lies because they want to get money from you, because they want to sell market to you, because they want to render a service to you. They will sell fake and call it original one, and they will tell lies. They will promise they will not fulfill it. That has affected their character. So any wealth can affect your character and can portray you as somebody that is having excellent and good character. So it's very important that we take this aspect seriously. Then wealth in the sight of Islam, in Islamic perspective, is a means to an end and not an end in itself. So we should see wealth like that. Some people are taking wealth as if it's just a goal. So إنما الدنيا طعام وشراب ومنام فإذا فاتك منها فعلى الدنيا سلام. That this life is just to eat, wine, and dine, and sleep, and get a luxury of life to enjoy. If you have missed all this, then say bye-bye to this world. This world, life is not worth living if you don't have wealth. So they want to have it as a matter of do or die affairs. Then Islam has taken seriously self-policing. So in this issue of wealth accumulation, that's why you see in the time of Prophet Muhammad, you see somebody that will come and declare himself that I'm having wealth and I want to remove my zakat. When somebody is hiding and is even telling lies to get money, and prophets will send somebody to go and collect zakat from some people, and the person that is supposed to collect the zakat will say, okay, this is the amount that is payable from your wealth, and the person will feel like, oh, this one is too small. Will I now give Allah this one? No, I'm not going to do that. I have to. And this one will say, I will not collect that because this is what I am supposed to collect from you. They will take it to the prophet, where now say, okay, this one is what is compulsory, but the one you are giving extra will attract extra reward. You see, there are some people. So they will police themselves. And you see somebody that has procured a land, purchased a land, and find a gold in the land. I will now call the person that sells the land for him that, okay, I only bought land from you. I did not buy this gold that I found there. Please collect your gold. And the person that sells the land will now say that, okay, I'll sold the land and what it contains for you. No. So if I not collect this gold from you, it's as if I'm collecting what does not belong to me. No, I'm not going to collect this. No, I'm not going to. So they are now fighting on who owns the gold. So everybody wants to free himself from it. You can now just suppose what is happening in our own life. They will now take it to the prophet. Will now say, okay, let us settle it among you. So it's self-policing. It's very important. So because there are ways, no matter what scholars say, you will still find some ways that you have to be cautious yourself and to be conscious of conscious of Allah, and prevent yourself from accumulating wealth in an unlawful way. So Islam has these principles that I'm about to say concerning the issue of halal and haram. So when it talks about wealth accumulation as part of our social life, aspect that are beyond rituals, we call it mu'amalat. Every other aspect besides rituals are mu'amalat. So among which is that economic aspect of life. So first one is that al-aslu fil ashiya al-ibaha. So the basis of judgments on everything that is considered to be mundane, so that is not a ritual, is al-ibaha, permissibility. That is, you can say that, okay, this one is halal. Eating this is halal. Drinking this is halal. Watching this is halal. Wearing this is halal. Until you find an evidence that say it is what? So haram. That's the first principle. That is, la yushra'u. La yushra'u fi al-ibada illa bi shar'illah. وَلَا يُحْرَمُ فِي الْعَادَاتِ إِلَّا بِتَحْرِيمِ اللَّهِ. Anything that is ritual can only be legalized by Allah. Anything that is mundane can only be prohibited by whom alone? Allah alone. That's the first principle. So if anybody say, okay, this wealth, this way of earning wealth, or this particular source of income is what? Haram. So that person is supposed to bring what? An evidence that prohibits it. Secondly, at-tahlil wa tahrim haqqun lillahi wahda. Prohibiting something or legalizing something is only Allah's duty. It is only Allah that has that authority to say this thing is halal, this thing is what? Haram. No one has it besides him. That is the second thing. The third one, at-tahrim yatba'u al-khubutha wad-darar. Anything that you find that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or his prophet or the Quran has said this one is haram, you must know that that thing is impure. يحل لهم الطيبات ويحرم عليهم الخبائث. Allah only makes legal, make lawful whatever that is pure, and makes unlawful what is harmful, what is impure. So if something is harmful, for example, this thing is harmful to individual or to community, you know that thing is what is haram. So you must not attribute any benefit or any good thing to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said, declared to be unlawful, because you find the harmful things there much more than the beneficial thing there. That is why before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will prohibit forever and completely consumption of alcohol, he first of all say that fihi ithmun kabirun wa manafi'un linnas. So great sin is there, but people still have derived some benefits from it. So it doesn't mean that okay, some things are not beneficial, but if Allah says this thing is unlawful, know for sure that that thing is much more harmful. So, and as a reasonable person, you must know that there is nothing in this life that is completely pure, that is completely beneficial and doesn't have harm, no matter how little. And there is nothing that is completely harmful that doesn't have what benefits. So, but what are we now going to consider? We are going to consider the degree of benefits and the degree of harm. So, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows better than us. He has relieved us of this stress of trying to know what is lawful, what is harmful in every details of life. So he has prohibited some things and made some things unlawful for us, and we should not question his authority. Another thing, which is number 4, is that fil halal ma yughni anil haram. We have what is halal that are so much than what is haram. So, and we should get satisfied. There is satisfaction in what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made lawful. So, beyond the little thing that he has made unlawful for us. So, you should not leave that unlawful one and be limiting yourself to what is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made unlawful. So you want to use alcohol to add to your to prepare your medicine, for example, and water is there. So some other drinks that are also permissible are there, but you have limited your thinking to that alcohol alone, believing that it is the only one that will give you that cure. So you have seen a particular source of income that is presenting himself to you free of charge. That okay, this is a pure source of but that easy way of income has been prohibited by Islam. It just behoves you to do what? To just have that mindset that I'm not going to pursue this unlawful one, and open your eyes. So immediately you'll be seeing those lawful sources that will appear to you. But as long as you are looking at that unlawful source, you will not be able to see those lawful ones. But we are telling you that the lawful sources, the lawful things in this life that Allah has made lawful, are much more than the unlawful one. Then ma adda ila haram fahuwa haram. Anything that leads to haram is also what? Haram. So you may not find, as part of fiqh, a direct instruction from the Quran or Hadith that says, okay, this particular thing is what is haram. But if it is known and it is beyond any reasonable doubt that this particular thing leads to what? Haram. So as part of Saddu Dharia, closing the door of haram, so it is also haram automatically. Anything that leads to haram is what? Haram. Haram. So deceiving or making some step to deceive Allah on what he has made unlawful. You now want to make it by way of by cunning way. So you want to make it lawful for yourself, like the people, the Jew, that they do, like they did the other time. That Allah mentioned them in Surah Al-Araf, verse 163. Allah said, "Do not what? Do not fish on Saturday. Not catch your fish on Saturday." But it was only Saturday all those fish will come. I will present themselves plenty. So coming to the shore of the sea to present themselves to the people as a test from Allah. But what did they do? They said, okay, we are not going to fish on that Saturday. But the fish that will come on Saturday, we will lay the nets on Friday and catch them on Sunday. Allah. So, but the question is that which fish did they catch? Was it the fish of Friday or the fish of Sunday? It was the fish that came on what? On Saturday. That's why you find some people, they will naming what is haram, they'll be giving it another name. This now is not alcohol, it's a wine. it's wine. So what are you looking at in it? Is that, is it intoxicating? Give it whatever name. Al-ibratu yani bil ma'ani la bil mabani. So the content is what is given consideration, not the name you name it. So it's a way of deceit to give good name to bad thing. Like some people will do, they will say, okay, they want to present something that is very, very bad and is against our religion. They will now point it. Okay, this one is, they will give it beautiful name so as to make it appealing to people. So that is not allowed in Islam. So that is why we don't look at the name of things sometimes, we look at the contents. So what are you really doing? Aniyatul hasana la tubadilu haram. Good intention does not make what is unlawful lawful. I have good intention. Though I stole this work clock, I'm the one that stole it. But my intention, and Allah knows it, is that I want to invest the money gotten from it, and I want to make sure that I buy land. I will invest it. I will buy land and build mosque. As good as that intention, it does not make what is unlawful lawful. So Allah wants to look at your heart, the intention you have, and your action. What are you doing? So al-ghayatu la tubarriru li-wasila. In Islamic jurisprudence, the goal does not justify the means. So because you have a good goal, so it does not make the as low good as the goal, the means to it must also be what? Be good. Al-haram haram ala al-jami'. Anything that is unlawful for everybody. That's another principle. In our own religion, there is nothing that is unlawful for non-Arab, but lawful for Arab. So that's how you see some people now. They will be saying that, okay, what they do elsewhere is good, but don't do it in this place. Some people protested and toppled the government. So I justified it. I said they should not protest elsewhere. No, it's lawful there, it's not lawful here. This thing is allowed there, but it's not allowed here. In Islam, anything that is unlawful is what? It's unlawful for everybody. That's why Prophet said, had it been Fatima that stole what that woman stole, I would have ordered that her hand should be what? Should be cut off. So because it is in Islam that you find the true reality of the picture that they put in before the every court of every law court room. house, they will say, okay, there will be a woman there, I will close our eyes. That okay, the Lord does not know anybody. So that's in Islam that we find it. Another one, second to the last, it's called shubuhat. We should be wary of things that are confusing. And الحلال بين وإن الحرام بين وبينهما أمور مشتبهات. There are halal that are clear cuts, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has explained clearly, that no one disagrees on it. People do not disagree on it. Everybody know that, okay, this one is what? So it's halal. And there are also al-haram al-bayyin, unlawful things that are very clear. People know, okay, this is haram. But Prophet says, certain affairs that are what? That are very confusing, that are ambiguous. So it is difficult to say it is halal, as it's difficult to say it is what? It is haram. Prophet said, most people do not know. The experts may know, the grounded one in religion we know after having processed it and looked into it deeply. So, and from their reasoning and based on their knowledge of the Sharia, they'll be able to say, okay, this is halal. But we may not find them when we need to know, is it halal or is it what? Is it haram? They might not have finished the research on it to be able to say, okay, this is haram, this is what? This is halal. So Prophet tells us, what are we going to do? He said, if it's like that, then what you have to do is to be cautious. So, doing it, is it halal? Is it haram? Don't let me do it. I shall know that I did not do it. So I did not fall into what? Into haram. So that is how we're policing, self-policing. So that's one of the manifestations. Okay. Nobody will say it is haram now because it has not been declared what? Haram. But I'm not so clear about it. Then caution yourself. Whoever is wary of the ambiguous things and is careful and cautious, that person has protected his religiosity and his integrity. Religiosity by way of freeing yourself from sin. Because any sin that we commit has affected our religiosity before Allah, has affected our spirituality before Allah. Then your integrity, how people will portray you, people that think that it is haram, how they will portray you, the way they will see you, they will see, and this one is claiming that is religious. So that means in Islam, talking about this aspect, so we still need to be careful about our Lord and about opinion of people as well. Because opinion of people may not be correct. But here, Prophet is telling us, and his integrity and his dignity. And dignity is, it talks about how people would perceive us, opinion of people about us. Lidini talks about opinion of Allah about us. So all those things have to be taken into consideration. And the last one about this principle is ad-daruratu tubihul mahdhurat. So when somebody is now in dear need so of thing and it can affect his life, so what is unlawful will now become what? Lawful. So things that are lawful can be made lawful so temporarily for somebody that is in dear need of it and doesn't have alternative. So you are almost dying, you don't have something to eat, so and you see pork and you see dead animal, so somebody can take just the minimum that he will need to sustain his life. So these are some of the principles. Now we now move to wealth acquisition. So Islamic point of view, it's essential because we need it in life. We need wealth. Even to be religious, we need wealth. So we need mosque. So people don't have mosque. They will be looking for money to get what? To get mosque. It is also arguments. Al-mal wal banuna zinatul hayati dunya. When you have money, so it beautifies your life. So you look good, you put on good clothes, you live in a decent home, and you have a good car. Like that, it's an adornment. So and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not prohibit adornment for man. Who has made unlawful those
adamant of life that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has brought out for his servants. So so it is even for those who believe in this life to enjoy. So that is one of the perspective of Islam concerning wealth. Natural desire is a natural desire. So like we said, kalla inna Allah say wa tuhibbuna al-mala hubban jamma wa innahu li hubbi al-khairi la shadid. Al-khair there is also wealth, money. Hubbi al-khair. One has that strong desire for wealth accumulation. Then Islam wants us to live as human beings, not as angels. So, and if you are human, then definitely so you love good things of life is also is wealth. Then, among the perspective of Islam is that wealth is Allah's and is thus regulated by Allah. Al-malu malullah. Al-malu malullah. Even if you have it and you are thinking that you have done this or that, some people have done those things and do not have wealth. That's why Allah says, "Wa'atu min malillahi alladhi ataakum," and give the needy ones from Allah's wealth that He has given you. وَأَنْفِقُوا مِمَّا جَعَلَكُمْ مُسْتَخْلَفِينَ فِيهِ. Spend it from what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has entrusted with you or has entrusted you with. So, because it is Allah's, that is why it's now regulating it for us. So we now follow the regulation. Then lastly, it's a trial. إِنَّمَا أَمْوَالُكُمْ وَأَوْلَادُكُمْ فِتْنَةٌ. It's a trial. So you think that you are undergoing trial because you don't have money now. When you have money, you bring another trial. There are certain problems that do not affect the poor ones. But when you have money now, you now know that, okay, problem just starts. So here in Nigeria, we'll be thinking that our problem is that we lack this, we lack that. When you now get those things, you now see that other phase of problem will now feature. So what made those people that are living in America, in what is it called, UK, in this country that almost pays for everything that the citizens, so all those people, and you still see that their cases of suicide are very plenty there. What is causing their depression? They have money, they have what we claim that is causing our own depression. Your own source of depression is that you don't have money to eat, you want to build as you don't have this, you don't have that. Everything, you are just tired of everything, you want to kill yourself. But people are tired of what you say that you are looking for that is making you depressed. Allah. So because they are tired of it, that's why they are depressed. So what I'm trying to say there is that it's a trial and problem of life, and trial before Allah, because there are certain things, obligations and responsibilities that will now be requested and demanded from you. It is somebody that has money that will pay zakah. It is somebody that has money that will account for that money before Allah. So all these are also trial that you should look at when you are talking about money. Ways of acquiring wealth are three. Fadlun adlun batilun. Fadlun adlun batilun. Fadlun is a favor. Money that you get from somebody. Somebody gives you a gift. So you receive zakah. You do not do anything for that person. You are not entitled to it as a way of maybe you render a service or you sell something for him. It's a fact. Somebody gives you sadaqah. Somebody just writes wasiya and say, give this person. It is not you do not deserve it. It is not your property. The person just favor you with it. So that's an aspect. So, and it is halal. So the moderator can decide now that the money that is in pocket, he wants to give me everything. Wow. So, and I will collect it. So I have not rendered any service to you. I have not done anything. So I have not sold anything. So that is fadlun. So I hope that you will do that. So that is fadlun. Fadlun. Another way of getting wealth is adlun. That is justice. That is something is paid in return. Transaction, services, buying and selling. I sell for you, you buy from me. I give you something, you give me money in what? In return. That is adl. Then the last one is batilun. What is it called? Batilun. That is injustice, unjust way, unlawful dealing. That's what Allah says in Quran chapter 4, verse 29. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تأكلوا أموالكم بينكم بالباطل إلا أن تكون تجارة عن تراض منكم. Allah says, so you believe. لا تأكلوا أموالكم بينكم بالباطل. Do not eat your wealth in an unlawful way, unjustly. بالباطل, unlawfully, unjustly. So those unjust, when I say prohibited earnings, so, and batil can mean you have offended Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by the way you got the money. You have offended your fellow human beings. So from the way you get your money, you have suffered somebody, perhaps financially or morally. You have suffered the person. You did not even, somebody is not even complaining. The person you have gotten the money from, so in a way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala considered as batil, unjust, the person is not even complaining. The person is even pleased. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says it is bil batil. I will give you an example. So somebody needs money dearly needs money, and is pleased to get a loan with interest. In fact, he will even say thank you for giving me that loan. So I will not even consider it as you will not even suffer any harm from it. Just give me this loan. It's even the one that is dictating the interest, amount of interest I want to add. So somebody I want to give the loan will be like, I'm not the one that say you should bring me something. It's the one that say will give me this if I borrow him that. So that is where anti-rodding does not feature. There are unlawful means of wealth accumulation that it is born out of mutual pleasure, mutual agreements, despite it is unlawful, because it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that make it what unlawful, not that person. Perhaps that person does not suffer, but the society is going to suffer. The community is going to suffer. As long as some people are there, their money is increasing without working, without doing something that would develop this world, without investing the money in a way that will develop the world and will bring changes, positive changes to the society. So those people will be killing potentials, and they will be killing initiatives of people, and they will be dehumanizing some people as well. Rather than investing the money and let people do work, and the society, the community, the state will work, will progress, and individuals will also progress. But this is somebody that is sitting and having money, but is ready to what? To give people as loan, and will now amass interest out of it. So what the message there is that unlawful things may not affect somebody, and somebody that will be thinking that, okay, perhaps it's because of him that Allah said this thing is unlawful, may even be saying that, okay, it's enjoying it. That does not make it what? Lawful. So that is why we want to consider these 5 things. Prohibited earnings, we want to categorize them into 5. So first is earning from impure objects. There are objects that Allah has made unlawful. I say these things are haram, like pork now. So like alcohol, like dogs, selling meat. All those things, it is Allah that say, okay, I'm forbidding you from dealing in these things. You cannot eat it. So you cannot drink it. So you cannot engage in it. You cannot make those things as your own source of what? Source of income. So why did Allah prohibit it? So it has the authority. It's the one that created you. It's the one that created all those things. And he has tested you, tried you with it. Are you going to satisfy me or satisfy yourself? So this life is a trial. So then he knows some things that we don't know. Why he has prohibited some things that do not do it. So you just have to guard yourself with that dictate, with that instruction. Second, any from dealing in unlawful tools. There are tools that their usage is to serve what is haram, like musical instruments now. So I say, okay, I'm not singing, I'm not drumming, but I'm selling the instrument for those that are what? That are using it. So dealing in such cross, the one that you are making the cross, carving it, we are not cross believers, but you are selling it for them. So you are doing what is haram. Gambling tools, the one that are selling it for them. So it's also an aspect. Third, any from somebody that facilitates haram. So somebody who wants to rent a shop where you're selling alcohol. So you now sell for, you rent the shop, you rent your house for the person. So you are dealing in haram. So that source of income is what? Because you have facilitated what is unlawful for somebody that wants to do unlawful. Any from dealings that are haram. Okay, there are dealings that are haram. Now, gambling itself, singing. So singing all these things that we see. Some people will say, which kind of sing? Okay, which kind of song or singing that you find in this society? Now you say, okay, this one is what is good. The way we want to look at it from the way they sing it, the content of their song, or the drum they drum on it, the dance they what. Singing is not even, we used to call it masmuat, what we hear. It is not even hearing now. So it is singing now, because you now see in singing that they will now bring out some things that will go alongside with the singing to make it acceptable to people. So they want to bring out some girls that will present themselves, so half nude or even in complete nude. So and they will all this one will also appeal to some people that want to enjoy the song. So all those ones are examples of dealing in haram, demanding payment on fulfilling one's responsibilities. So you are a staff in a particular office, maybe government office or public office. So before treating a file, you demand for money. So, and you have been given reward for your services. You have been given salary. But before you will do some things, you will not be expecting money from those that you want to serve. So that one is also an aspect of prohibited earnings. So talk about riba, interest. So it is very, very clear, and everybody knows the position of Islam concerning riba. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says it unequivocally in the Quran. So how is very, very unlawful, and the punishments that is attainable for somebody that engages. In fact, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says about riba, interest, what he does not say concerning any other unlawful dealing. He said, فَمَنْ لَمْ تَفْعَلُوا فَأَذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. If you don't do what you have been instructed, then be ready for war from Allah and His Messenger. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us from bank interest. Is a form of a riba. Some people that borrow money from cooperative and you add interest. So you have to look for Islamic alternative, cooperative as an alternative, but with caution. Some people are also engaging in Islamic cooperative, but it's only name now. Some people are not even guiding themselves with the dictate of Islam. They will still be maneuvering it such a way that what is haram, so will still be found in it. So you want to buy a product for somebody, so and you want to sell it for him, so you don't give that person money. So the financing house will go and buy it and sell it for the person, not that you give the person money. So if you give the person money, it's no more bail or robber. You give the person money, is the one that is going to buy it and is paying more than the amount that you. In that means you do not sell anything for him. So we should be careful. It is not the name that will make what we are doing to be lawful. It is the content and how we do it. Very, very important. So Islam encourages investments, but this capitalism encourages hoarding and is against human development, because that's why you see some people, they will be exchanging notes. bring old notes and come and collect new notes. And you see people don't spend what? New notes to get 1,000. So that is an outright unlawful dealing. So bribery is part of it, ritual. So before you do what is lawful for somebody, you give that person what is lawful to them, you collect money from them, is bribery. Or you want to give somebody that is not entitled to something that does not deserve, you not get money from that person, is unlawful. So that is why scholars have defined an amount which is offered to make an unlawful thing as lawful and a lawful thing as unlawful. What is lawful to somebody? So you deny the person. So you make it unlawful for him. Because if it is lawful, then you should get it. It's his right. Or you say you pay money before you can get it. So you make it unlawful for the person. Somebody is not entitled to it, so you give it to the person. So because you have collected the money from the person, give me money, I will give you this thing. Though you are not the one that are supposed to get it, but I will give it to give me money. That is bribery. And Prophet is ready to have said that Allah has caused the one who offers bribery and the one who takes it, and the one who even mediates between them. Gambling is part of it. And see how plenty it is in our environment now. So even mere proposal that you say somebody, come, let's bet. Prophet says that you say, come, let's bet, is a sin. And the kafara is for you to go and do sadaqah. Let us bet. And you do not bet eventually. So you are going to offer sadaqah to cleanse yourself of that sin. So for us to know how grievous it is. Why is gambling prohibited? Because the total gain of the winner is an outcome of the total loss of the loser. Somebody is losing and somebody is gaining. The total loss is the total gain of the winner. And this transaction does not increase the national wealth or production in any way. So not that you have done something that will benefit the society and that will benefit the individual. So the money or material involved will merely exchanges hands. So let us gamble. Bring your money, I take it all or I lose it all. And we have not done something that is going to affect the society positively. So indulging in qimar is a complete intellectual bankruptcy of a society. Any society that allows and encourages this form of playing with games of chance. So it is a bankrupt society. And you see now, some network providers, they'll be telling you to do this and to buy some recharge card, to play some game, and you get this. So they're going to reward maybe like 1 or 2, 3 people in a day, and several thousands of people will have subscribed. 50 naira. That is gambling. So Islam does not encourage that. It is haram, it is unlawful. And these are the people that are supposed to be benefiting the society and to be improving our welfare. They are the ones that are now what? They are draining the impoverished ones in the society. And you see gambling online, you see several sports betting. So this is what people have indulged in, and they have found themselves in. Lottery is also a form of gambling. Insurance is part of it that we have to be very careful about, except where it is made compulsory. So insurance is a form of gambling, because you'll be insured, you say you are insuring this, you are insuring that, and you are putting money, and it is only few people that will benefit from it. So you have money. So Islamic insurance, takaful insurance is the alternative. So we have to look into that and make sure that we caution ourselves. There are forms of unlawful dealing that are very plenty in our society now. And you see some people, they have given in, they have considered it to be the order of the day, that you just, what can we do? So that is why scholars have said, where it is not made compulsory that before you can be given this work, or like a government official, okay, you are going to subscribe to this insurance. It's part of the something. Where it is just free and it's just optional, so you don't need to do that, because it's a form of interest as well. You look for alternative from an Islamic. Needless to talk about theft, robbery, and corruption. Corruption is the order of the day now. Everyone, almost everyone, is corrupt. So from here and there, any money that you get unlawfully that you do not deserve, so you are going to account for it before Almighty Allah in the day of judgment. So we should be careful, because there are repercussions for any wealth from unlawful ways. One of it is that the prayer will be rejected. ثم ذكر الرجل يطيل السفر أشعث أغبر. يمد يديه إلى السماء يا ربي يا ربي ومطعمه حرام ومشربه حرام وملبسه حرام أو غذي بالحرام Tana perdition, Tana destruction. The third one, loss and destruction. So destruction, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will wage war against somebody that's engaged in unlawful things, as he said in Quran chapter 2 verse 279. Yeah. I've gotten from Allah. There are things that are ambiguous that we need to caution ourselves on. We pray that Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala so make these little that have been said beneficial to us, and may He give us the wherewithal, the ability to guide our life and guide our life with this. And we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala let our sources of income be from halal and protect us from the haram one. May He get us satisfied with halal against haram. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Sheikh. It has been a very interesting session engaging with you on prohibited earnings. Sincerely, we have learned a lot from you. We pray that Almighty Allah continues to increase you in wisdom, knowledge, and all what your hearts desire, inshallah. We have a number of questions, but we are equally constrained for the fact that Salatul Zoom is far approaching. In fact, in some viewing centers, as posted on the platform, it is almost time for them to take a break and observe Salatul Zoom. However it may be, we need to attend to one or two questions from the question sent by brother. So So I want to start to quickly take this question. It's from TMC Viewing Center. Said it's affiliate marketing halal as to where you earn commission from liking linking buyers to the sellers. You earn commission while you are linking buyers to sellers. They say halal.
So if the company you are linking buyers to are engaging in halal, so you are rendering a service. It's like somebody that is getting customers for a particular company. So it's a service you are rendering. So you can get commission from that. We hope that it's halal.
Okay, there's another one here from TMC Mushin Viewing Center. They said, how do we cleanse our wealth from the interest that banks give on our saving accounts that we do not even require over many years?
So the best is to get out of it completely. So if you are in it, then we do takhallus. That is, know the amount that you have dropped there and only take those amounts that you have put there. So it's very important. And the one that's added, those that are added, so we can leave it there. So some scholars say that's okay. We can get it and use it to give it away as a form of charity, as a form of endowment, or charity that will not even be looking for reward from, because what our purpose, our goal is that we just want to rid our money from haram money, haram source. That's the purpose. And we are not the owner of the money, so I've endorsed the reward that is accruable for somebody that does sadaqa.
Okay, on a final note, there's a question here also from TMC Akura Stop. It says, Salaam alaikum. Please, can we receive money from men like, I don't want to mention the names, but big politicians in the countries that it is assumed that maybe one is not sure of the source of their funds. They are asking, can we receive money from them? Such money could it be treated as halal?
Yeah, it can be treated as halal because as a politician, they get halal money from the government as well. So, and some of them also cheat. So since they have halal source from their money, so if they give us money, so it's halal for us.
All right, thank you very much, Ustaz Al-Imam Al-Hafiz of Quran. Just like I said when we are starting the program, that our scholar that has just come here to teach us on the prohibited earning in Islam is an Hafiz of Quran, and it's also a manifestation of Hadith. Somebody that bear Abdul Hafiz and is now the Hafiz of Quran Al-Imam. We pray to Almighty Allah to continue guiding you with wisdom and knowledge. May Allah continue to preserve you for the benefit of humanity. So thank you very much. Cheers at home. Before we call it a day on this session, do remember that inshallah by 4:30 today we shall be commencing the last section, which is the Tafsir Quran by an erudite scholar that will be introduced to you as soon as the time unfolds. So we'll be on break shortly, and inshallah we'll be meeting you at that session. But before you go, I would like to remind you that just like we said earlier, you can donate to support our programs. We appreciate those who have donated. We have seen 10,000 naira, we have seen 50,000. We see people donating from far and wide, from all parts of the nation. So we urge you to pay to our Zenith Bank account and any other means through which you can support this program. Allah continue to support you. And just like we also said, inshallah, the closing session, we have invited the best viewing center. We shall reward the viewing center, likewise the best participant in the 28th edition of National Islamic Training Program. We thank you all for being part of the success story of the 28th edition of National Islamic Training Program. We do hope that you will join us for the final session by 4:30 p.m. today. May Allah continue to preserve us and accept all what we are doing as out of Ibadah, permission, and everyone else. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Across Nigeria, there is one Congress, many Muslims with one focus, the injunction of Allah, based on Quran and Sunnah. The Muslim Congress, TMC, under the leadership of Alhaji Abdulwasi T. Bangbala, Amir TMC, invites you to this year's 28th Annual Islamic Training Program, ITP, the 2021 online edition. It is a camp packed with activities which lift you spiritually and psychophysically to make you an ideal Muslim personality. Various professionals will take sessions from your health to finances down to the injunction of Allah. Theme: restoration of national values, our collective responsibility. Date is 24th to 26th December 2021. Morning session 8:40 a.m. to 1 p.m. Evening session 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Visit tmcng.net or call 08033 157
The National Islamic Training Program 2021 edition.
Inshallah.
You are welcome to YKM Product Limited. My name is Ibn Semu. We have the YKM Product Limited is a company that deals with importation of packaging machines. So we normally deal on packaging machines, and our product, they are all imported machines. The company is located at number 36 Odiaba Road, Ibute-Meta, Lagos. But we have our showroom at 664/666 Lagos Abeokuta Express Road along Songwater before Kola bus stop. First of all, YKM Product Limited deals with industrial packaging machine that I have said. So I will start from rice processing machines. We have number 1 cooler. So this machine is used to remove the shaft of machines. So after the harvesting, you can use this to remove the shaft. Then from there we have another machine which is the stoner. The stoner machines is used to remove stones from rice. Okay? After this very one, we have whitening machines. This is whitening machine. So this also used for processing rice. Then we have polisher. Machine. So those are on rice processing machines. These 4 machines, they are all automatic. Then we have manual types. This is manual types of polisher. This is manual type of cooler that remove the shaft. So we have them in various sizes. It depends on how customers want it. Then from there we can go to packaging machines. This very machine is called automatic granules packaging machines. Those people that are producing plantain chips, producing gari, producing chin-chin, grind pepper, and so on and so forth, they can use this very machine to pack their products in sachet forms in roll. Then we also have powder packaging machines, as we have grace packaging machines. This one is also used to pack a flour product, something that is powdery. This very machine is used to pack them. Then we have viscosity filling machines. So if your product has viscosity, it has viscose. So when you are talking of viscosity products, you are talking of lotion cream, yogurt, and so on, then honey, and so on and so forth. So this very machine is used to package it, to fill it inside plastic bottles. So you can calibrate it to give you the volume of what you intend to fill inside the bottles. let's go to the showroom to look at various other types of machines. These machines is called automatic tea bag packaging machines. So the machine we are seeing is used to package something in type of Lipton tea. So it can put rope, it can put tag. So it depends on what customer wants. Then we have various types of sealing machines. So if the customer needs the sealing machines, so we have to look at the products first and foremost to know which type of sealing machine that will be introduced to the customer. This is a sealing machine. This is also a sealing machine. We have another sealing machine. Another sealing machine. So it depends on the capacity and the volume of what the customer intends to fill that will determine the size of sealing machines that you want. This also sealing machine. These sealing machines. Then we have sugarcane juice extractor. This is a sugarcane juice extractor. So to remove, to extract, what we call it, to extract juice from sugarcane. You can fill in the sugarcane from this place. Then the shaft will come from outside. The liquid will come out from this very place. Then this is a grinder. Something that is in dry form, it can grind it. Then this filter, it can filter products, red oil, palm kernel oil, honey, and so on and so forth. So any product that has particles in form of liquid will pass through it, then it will filter the product. So this very machine is called granule filling machine. It's just a filler. It does not have the sealing system. So you can put in the product, the nylon in front of this place. The machine will drop the volume of what you set from the machine, and it will fill them. From there you can use manual sealing machine to seal it. So at YKN, as you can see, we deal with various types of packaging machine. So you can just come, then you will look at your product and introduce the fit machine, the machine that will suit your product for you. So that's what we deal with. As you can see, I've said we have various types of packaging machines, and the prices are affordable. So once you come, you can introduce automatic, manual system for you. Then it now depends on what you bargain on. Yes. As you can see, the machines are all available now.
بشتى الصور أحب الوفي الأمين الأغر فأهل الوفاء كلون السحاب وحسن الربيع وماء المطر أحب الوفاء بشتى الصور